Never bend your head, always hold it high. Look the world straight in the eye. Good morning to one and all present here. I, Harshit Kapoor, welcome you all to an online pre-workshop on creating entrepreneurial ecosystem for promoting innovation among students in higher education, organized by Amity University, Uttar Pradesh. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Nidhi Gupta to carry on with the program.
Thank you, Ashit. A very good morning to one and all present here. I, Dr. Nidhi Gupta, Assistant Professor, Amity School of Business, would extend a very warm welcome to our dignitaries, our coveted invitees from the government and private sector, international experts, faculty members, and all the guests and participants present here. As an Amity tradition, we will begin today's event on an auspicious note with Saraswati Vandana. May we request our IT person to play Saraswati Vandana?
शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तु ते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तु ते शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः दीपज्योतिर्परब्रह्म दीपज्योतिर्जनार्दनः दीपज्योतिर्परब्रह्म दीपज्योतिर्जनार्दनः दीपो हरतु मे पापम् सन्ध्यादीपनमोऽस्तु ते शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः
Thank you, Anushka. With the kind blessings of our Honorable Founder President, Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan sir, dynamic vision of Honorable Chancellor, Dr. Atul Chauhan sir, and under the able guidance of respected Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. Balvinder Shukla, Amity University, Uttar Pradesh is organizing its 4th International Conference on Entrepreneurship, Innovation and Leadership, ICL 2022, on the theme Resilient Entrepreneurship, Disruptive Innovations and Agile Leadership, Gearing Up for Industry 5.0 for Economic Growth in VUCA World from 20th to 22nd January 2022. Under this broad umbrella, an online pre-conference workshop on creating entrepreneurial ecosystem for promoting innovation among students in higher education is organized today with an objective to explore and draw learnings from both national and international experiences of the experts in building entrepreneurial ecosystem conducive to students and startups. This workshop also aims to create awareness on strategies to promote innovation and sustainable business model practices among students in higher education. It will provide our budding entrepreneurs an opportunity to communicate with industry experts and understand their entrepreneurial approaches, which can be used to solve environmental challenges. It also creates awareness on funding strategies and opportunities for start. We believe that today's pre-workshop conference participants will be able to understand and evaluate the key factors needed to create a successful entrepreneurial venture in the VUCA world. With this, before I request Dr. Sujata Khandai ma'am, Deputy Dean Academics, Director ACCF and Head Amity School of Business for the welcome address and to introduce the theme of this session, I would like to take the opportunity to introduce her to the audience. Dr. Sujata Khandai, after earning an MBA degree from Xavier's Institute of Management, Bhubaneswar, and PhD from IP University, New Delhi, She entered the corporate arena with a sales and marketing profile in the consumer durable industry. After a few years in the industry, she moved to academia and worked in various higher educational institutions in India and Nepal. Before joining Amity University in 2015, her teaching interest lies in the area of consumer behavior, digital marketing, and entrepreneurship. She has also been actively involved with consultancy assignments and conducting training programs and workshops. She has published extensively in highly ranked journals and also has presented papers in international conferences in Asia, Europe, and US. Her training interests have been in the area of social media, marketing effectiveness, branding, and understanding the behavior of consumer. She has also been awarded with a funded project from Indian Council of Social Science Research in the area of employment generation and sustainability. Her research interest lies in the area of social media.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Nidhi. I think we've lost her for a minute. That's all right. I will take over from here. And thank you once again for the flattering introduction. I think it speaks more than what I am. So anyway, I'm very flattered. Thank you so much. And good morning, everybody. It's indeed a pleasure and an honor to have each one of you here. I especially would like to welcome Dr. Raman Gujral, Director of Projects of EDII, Shri Sarveshwar Shukla, he's a Joint Commissioner Industry, Government of Uttar Pradesh. We'll soon be joined in the afternoon by Dr. Mohammad Nurullah. He's a Professor of Accounting and Finance at Kingston University, London, and also by Dr. Ivan Jupic. He's a faculty of entrepreneurship at Goldsmiths, University of London. Welcome once again, and will be very pleased. We'll soon be joined by our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Ma'am, Dr. Balvinder Shukla, and she will be delivering the inaugural address. We are very pleased and honored to have her with us. Having said that, now let us move down to the topic of this pre-conference workshop. This conference itself is a landmark by itself, essentially because in India today, if we have to move forward and we are reaching towards a higher level of economic development, entrepreneurship is the key. There is a lot of potential out there which needs to be harnessed, and probably the reason why India has been lagging a little behind countries like the European countries or US or even Israel is probably because we never took the necessary steps to garner the potential that exists in India. It is all unharnessed potential as yet. Now we are seeing, we will be looking at more than 50 unicorns in India very, very soon, which is remarkable. There are a lot of women entrepreneurs out there who are doing very well today, and they are being talked about not only domestically, but also internationally. So yes, we have a big platform out there, and we have a very wide playing field there where probably entrepreneurs could be harnessed. Now, the reason why entrepreneurship has such an imperative for India is essentially because it contributes to the GDP and thereafter to the economic development. We can increase employment opportunities only to a certain limit. It is not something which is infinite. Employment opportunities are finite. And with the kind of population that India has, the way we can make everybody, the only way out to ensure that everybody is employed is through entrepreneurship. There is no other way out. And that is something I think we should understand. And that is a reason why yes, we have seen many successful entrepreneurs at the age of 40 and 50s too, no doubt about that. But at the same time, India is lucky enough, and probably that is one of our biggest advantages is our demographics. We have a younger demographic. I mean, there is about 60% of our population who is below the age of 35. Now, why not catch them young, as they say? Very colloquially, but why not get them as young as possible? Now, this is a younger generation here, which I see, and I witness it on a regular basis. And I will especially speak about students of Amity School of Business and Amity College of Commerce and Finance, because I deal with them directly. And I see very, very extremely promising students All of them, in fact. Some of them have realized their promise, their potential, and they move forward in the right direction. There are others who show that potential, who hold a lot of promise, but probably they need that bit of guidance and they need a little bit of hand-holding to take them to the next level so that they also accomplish themselves as budding entrepreneurs. Now, this is where we need to step in. The guys who are smart, the guys who are already, very aware about their potential, that's very good. They need very little hand-holding. They just need a little bit of guidance to push them forward. But there are yet others, as I said, who have the potential. Now, this is where we need to step in and we need to create that ecosystem and provide them with the necessary tools and necessary skills so that they use these tools and skills to move forward. Now, when we talk of tools and skills as in, the technical skills, the financial skills, the digital marketing skills, the marketing skills, logistics skills, these are skills which as an academic institution, we need to provide them. In addition to the skills, we also need to provide them with a lot of awareness as to what kind of schemes are available to them, both in as far as finance is concerned. Funding is a very, very big thing as far as entrepreneurs are concerned. Most of them get stuck because they don't get adequate funding or funding at the right time or funding from the right place. Please remember, entrepreneurs are those who start with probably no money and no capital at all. And they would need funding, obviously, at very, very low rates of interest. Now, who's providing them? If you go to a regular bank and ask for a regular loan, the banks will ask for huge collaterals. And this is something which will immediately deter most of the budding entrepreneurs. And they take a step back and they say, I can't do it because I don't have that kind of collateral to offer to the bank to get the funding. But trust me, there are a lot of people out there in the form of angel investors. Ratan Tata is one of a big angel investor out there. You have a lot of venture capitalists, and you have even banks, schemes by these smaller banks, which offer a lot of opportunities to the budding entrepreneurs of today, the young entrepreneurs like you. Now, the point is that probably, and in all likelihood, most of these budding entrepreneurs are not aware of what facilities, what schemes are available to them. Now, as somebody from academia, it is our responsibility that we make this information available to you, to the budding entrepreneurs of today. Now, I would close with saying that as academicians, our job is not to go and deliver lectures in the classrooms. That is, of course, we do. That is what we do. And we need to incorporate the necessary knowledge inside of you. But at the same time, a very primary responsibility of ours is to equip you with the necessary skills, with the necessary abilities, with the necessary tools, so that you become employable and you are able to develop and you are able to flourish in a career of your choice. We make you not only good human beings, we also make you good corporate citizens, whether you start working in an industry or you start a business of your own. So that I think, as far as I'm concerned, and as far as most of my colleagues are concerned, yes, of course, we will give you knowledge through our lectures, but I think our primary responsibility is to ensure that we make you human beings who will be able to stand on their own 2 feet without taking any help from others in the years to come. And one of the ways that you can stand on your own 2 feet is entrepreneurship. Now, I hope this workshop, this pre-conference workshop, is going to prove very useful to you. We have got together a galaxy of good people, with very strong fundamentals who can impart you with the necessary knowledge. So please take advantage of this workshop and learn from it. Very, very important. Most of the times we think that we attend these workshops, just mark our attendance and don't listen. Don't do that. Many times even in a 2 hour, even 2 things that you learn from a 1-day workshop is something which might prove useful to you in the days to come and in the years to come. Trust me, I have learned that from experience. So go ahead and don't commit the same mistakes that I did. We also used to do the same thing, attend and not listen. Don't commit the same mistakes that I did. Listen from a person who has learned from her mistakes. Listen to the workshop. Imbibe what is being told to you at the workshop. It will definitely prove useful to you in the years to come. So thank you once again, and I welcome all the participants, my distinguished guests, and my dear students, and my dear audience. Please partake in the workshop. Happy learning, each one of you. Thank you once again.
Thank you, Professor Sujata Kanjai, ma'am. And I think good morning, one and all. The day today is talking about the ecosystem for new venture creation in higher education, ecosystem for a startup in higher education. I think what the ma'am was talking about, yes, we have if at least one learning from whole the day, I think it will a lot of meaning, right? So a student and the participants, when we talk about the ecosystem of entrepreneurship in India, if you look about last 5-6 year, when our Prime Minister has started the concept of Startup India and Stand Up India, different government schemes which we talk about the ecosystem in India. So even budding entrepreneur, if they have a courage to be do something different, I think the best way they have. When we talk about the ecosystem in India, again, I'm talking about the government support. One of the most important concern is the government support. The way government of India is moving towards the entrepreneurship and startup, I think it's tremendous. I think Dr. Sujata was talking about this. Maybe in future we have 50 unicorns. We have a target of 2022, right? We have almost 24 unicorns. We have started during this pandemic, right? The tough time, everyone believe that this is one of the toughest time across the globe, but still we have more than 25 unicorns, and most of them are the young age, right? And they have almost finished their education. They venture in the startup or new venture. I think recently the Prime Minister of India has put the corpus fund up for the startup of 10,000, and even they have put a day for celebrating the startup, right? One day in every year we have to celebrate the startup. So in the whole country we have an ecosystem for budding entrepreneur, for existing entrepreneur, for new entrepreneur, the way government is supporting. So now the role of higher education, how they have to be build this environment. I think again I'm coming to be talk about the gap, what the government, what the student. I think academia can fill that, right? Because if we have to be develop this type of module where we can connect the young minds to the government scheme, to the ecosystem, to the support of the concern. I think believe me, in the next 1 and 2 years we have a number of young entrepreneurs from the academia also. Even if I tell about the MIT, because I am looking this entrepreneurship department in MIT Business School. So believe me, every year we have at least 10-15 startups coming from our business schools. And in the whole university, we have more than 50 startups with the different industry sectors we have. I think this is one of the way I think young minds are coming for new venture. So what I believe we have in India, the ecosystem are changing. The young icons are coming in the different way. I think we all know about the Oyo story, the Ritesh Agrawal, a young guy. Just you listen how he had changed his whole life in the last 10 years. He started his startup in 2011, and what he is today. And it's not a story of the Ritesh. There are numbers. Those who are in the startup in the age of 25 to 35. So I can conclude that we have a good ecosystem where we prevail we support the young minds, we support the new ventures, we support the startup. So our role in academia, I think we have to be connect the ecosystem with the young minds. We should let to know that what the ecosystem we have, what type of support we have. But as I say, now the academia have also changed, and they were looking the things in the different way. All the fraternity of academics, now they are looking entrepreneurship is the future of the nation, right? I think this change is, I think we will get very soon in academia also. And so I'm going to be conclude for this my words. Thank you, Dr. Nidhi and Professor Sujata.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Anjani, sir. And thank you, ma'am, for your enriching work. Shortly, VC ma'am is going to join with us.
VC ma'am have joined, Nidhi?
Not yet.
Okay.
No, she's just be joining. I'm sorry, I was on mute. She's just joining. She was addressing the other workshop. She should be just joining. Let me just check once. While we wait for VC ma'am to join, maybe we can just familiarize our participants with our speaker, the first
Yes.
speaker. We can just give a small introduction about our first speaker while VC ma'am is joining them.
Okay, ma'am. Okay. So I would like to welcome Anjani sir to introduce the speaker.
Just I should speak to sir. Just he should open his camera also, right? Just one minute. Okay. A very good morning, Professor Raman sir. Good morning, sir. Namaste, sir. So good morning, one and all. We have with Professor Raman Gujral, Director Projects in EDI Ahmedabad. Sir, I feel honored to welcome you and introduce the guest of the day in the 4th ICL pre-workshop conference, Entrepreneurial Ecosystem in the Higher Education. Sir, I, on behalf of Chairman ICL 2022, Professor Balvinder Shukla, Vice Chancellor, Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, and all organizing team members, I welcome you, sir, in the virtual portal of this Amity University, Uttar Pradesh. Sir, I have this opportunity to brief your profile. So I'm going to be brief, Professor Raman, sir, profile. Professor Raman Gujral is a Director Projects at EDI Ahmedabad. Dr. Gujral has over 30 years of experience in the field of entrepreneurship. He has expertise in the new venture creation and extending support to the existing entrepreneur. He has also developed the curriculum modules and structure for various entrepreneurship development activities. Professor Raman is specialized in the area of business opportunity identification and guidance, project preparation and entrepreneurship. He has worked in various entrepreneurship development modules through CSR development initiative of corporates like Facebook, Accenture, Walmart, HP, and ITC in India. Professor Raman has widely traveled for the entrepreneurship related assignment to the place such as Laos, Iran, Philippines.
Anjani sir, you are on mute.
Yeah, Anjani, you become mute, I think.
Okay. All right. So Professor Raman has a widely traveled for entrepreneurship related assignment to places such as Laos, Iran, Philippines, and Malaysia, so on. Now I request you, sir, to deliver the session for our young minds and participants of the research. And we have the student of across university, more than 300 students we have. And we have a faculty, professors, research scholars, and master's students. So welcome you again, sir, on behalf of our whole fraternity of Amity University. And of course, bottom of my head, I must say one thing. I have a privilege to work with Professor Raman Gujral 15 years back when I was associated with EGI. I know personally and professionally, he's a very dynamic leader when we talk about in entrepreneurship education. I know how he deal with entrepreneurial of the things. And many times I saw him when he was mentoring the young entrepreneurs. I have number of time visited with sir in different state of India, like Orissa. I was in one of the conference of the DST. So fortunately, I have listened, and yes, I have worked number of times with the sir, almost 2.5 years. So thank you, sir, for giving your time to deliver your speech on the entrepreneurial ecosystem in India. Now over to you, sir.
Dr. Anjani, can we just wait a few minutes for VC ma'am to give the inaugural address? Otherwise, Mr. Raman will be interrupted in between, and we would like him to deliver it.
Absolutely.
So
absolutely, ma'am. No issue.
So let me just check once again. Be here with us in a minute. She was having some problem joining in. Sorry, she was having some problem joining in, I think. So
yes,
let's check what is happening.
Dr. Sujata is going to join. Little bit some technical glitches are there.
Yes, yes.
So within minutes he will join.
Yeah. So that's it.
Sujata ma'am, till the time I will provide information to all the participants related to the schedule.
I can do that. Yeah.
Okay. Yes, all the participants, please stay tuned with us till 5 o'clock, as there are 4 speakers with us in the morning session. At right now, Dr. Raman Gujral sir, Professor and Director, Department of Project, Corporate and Regional Director. After that, Please share all your queries, all your questions related to building entrepreneurial ecosystem conducive to students and startups. You have a sufficient time for your Q&A at 11:50 to 12. And then from 12 to 1, we have with us Shri Sarveshwar Shuklaji, Joint Commissioner Industry, Government of Uttar Pradesh, who will deliver his on the theme, Role of Business Incubator and Network Support for Campus Entrepreneurship and Student Startups. After then at 1:15 to 2:15 you have a lunch break, and after that post lunch we have another two international speakers, Dr. Mohammad Noor Allah, Faculty of Business and Social Sciences from Kingston University, London, who will deliberate on innovation and entrepreneurship for budding entrepreneurs. Then we have from 3:40 to 4:40 Dr. Ivan, Faculty Institute of Management Studies, Goldsmith, University of London. His deliberations are on funding strategies and opportunities for startups. So in between, you get a complete chance to interact, share your thoughts and your queries related to how to raise funding, related to how to build your network, and how a business incubators can support you. So we want that your active participation. You can raise your hand, either you can put up your queries in a chat box. So it will, I believe that today's session will definitely help you out in your career progression. So this complete program schedule which you have to follow, and you have to be there. So I think ma'am has joined. Anisa, ma'am is there.
I think I've been now. Just wait. I think.
Okay.
I was trying to speak the IT.
Yeah, let me check, Anjani, if you can speak to the IT people.
Yes, I'm talking.
Yeah, sure. Nidhi, you can introduce ma'am first.
Okay. We are honored to have with us our Professor Balwinder Shukla, Vice Chancellor, Amity University, Uttar Pradesh. I take this proud privilege to introduce ma'am to the audience. Professor Balwinder Shukla is MTech from IIT Kharagpur and a PhD from Queen's University, UK. She has over 3 decades of rich scholarly experience in industry, academia, research, and administration. She is the professor of entrepreneurship and leadership and has held numerous positions during 30 plus years of her career. With a strategic mindset and creative thinking ability, she has been one of the key team members spearheading and instrumental in the exponential growth of Amity Group engaged in higher education. She is an institute architect of a unique Flexi framework that includes Flexi choice-based credit system, outcome-based education, and Education 4.0. Besides this, she has been instrumental in aligning the learning outcomes and operational outcomes with strategic plans of the university. Indeed, ma'am has been a successful Vice Chancellor and is an inspirational leader. She is one of the front runners in achieving various rankings and accreditations of Amity University. At the same time, she is a great researcher and academician and has authored numerous books, developed unique models, namely Accelerator Model for promoting and ensuring incubator excellence and IT-enabled strategic operational excellence model for higher education institutions. Besides this, ma'am has been on advisory board as well as independent director on board of companies, National Institute of Immunology, Ministry of Science and Technology, Government of India, Khadi Design Council of India, and various NGOs. She has also been conferred upon various prestigious awards. Just to name a few: 100 Most Influential Directors of India Award 2016 by World Education Congress, Special Recognition Award 2016 by Society of Human Resource Management, Outstanding
enough. Thank you.
Contribution to Education Award 2017 by Devang
Thank
Mehta.
you so very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so very much.
I request you, ma'am, to deliver your inaugural address.
Dr. Raman Gujral, Director Project EDI Ahmedabad. Shri Sarveshwar Shukla, Joint Commissioner Industry, Government of UP, and all the distinguished guests, organizing team, Khandai, Dr. Anjali, and all the participants for the pre-conference workshop on creating entrepreneurial ecosystem for promoting innovation among students in higher education. MIT University has been organizing international conference on entrepreneurship, innovation, and leadership with the objective to share the global practices in the area of entrepreneurship, innovation, and leadership, and adopt the best practices for the campus entrepreneurship one side. Secondly, also learn from the various entrepreneurs how have they made their startups into successful corporates or the global organizations, and also how to inculcate the culture of innovation, the mindset of innovation amongst the students and the faculty. So this pre-conference workshop is focusing on the stewards and how to create that culture in the organization, how to create the mindset of the steward that they focus uh, uh, promoting the innovation, creativity, problem solving uh, amongst the stewards, so that uh, so that they think for alternative career option for for them, because today the environment is very uh, conducive, because the government has came up with so many policies, whether the startup India, stand up India, and digital India, and bigger vision in the Atmanirbhar Bharat, and that can only happen when the new businesses come, and which will not only uh, add value to the economic growth of the nation, but it will also create the job opportunities. And so therefore it's important that how we help the stewards uh, to understand how important is innovation and what opportunities uh, are there for starting the venture, and how the education institution helps the student to to start their own venture. MIT University has very clearly defined various support facilities for the students as per their career aspirations. So starting their own ventures, the university has the MIT uh, uh, MIT Innovations uh, and Entrepreneurship Incubator. Then we have the Technology Enabled Center for the technical institution, the MIT Innovation and Design Center for students to work on their designs, and the MIT Center for Entrepreneurship and Development, helping the students right from the education to uh, uh, understanding what's the importance of entrepreneurship, how to start own venture, so mentoring, guidance of the students. And then we have at the institution level the entrepreneurship cells, where the faculty can be connected with the students and understand their business ideas and support them, uh, guide them and support them to be connected with the other facilities of the university, whether it is a AIDC, whether ACED or AII, or the Technology Enable Center or other facilities, and IPR cell and others. And I'm sure this workshop, which is pre-conference work has been planned by Dr. Sujata Kandai and Dr. Anjani Kese and Dr. Nidhi Gupta. And I'm sure this workshop is going to help the students in big way. And also it will help the ESL coordinators, the faculty members from the various institutions, how to really look at the individual students' needs, because each idea is a unique idea. It's only that how the faculty understand the ideas, encourages the students to work further on their ideas, to convert that idea into a feasible business plan, and how to create that ecosystem within the institution and leverage on the facilities available on the campus for the higher success rate of students converting from uh, from business idea to the startups. And I think the initial 2-3 years are very crucial for the students. Not only having that business idea, but also generating the first from within the close network of family and friends, and then only when uh, it is some sizable or something, you can go to the outside do, for the funding also. We have seen the number of, if the idea is very good and highly feasible, even just on the idea, not even the any business, you are able to get the good funding. So this is how to spot the good idea, how to spot the opportunity, how to really do that. So I think this workshop is going to help students in big way uh, in supporting the students. So also making the students aware of the what facilities are there. So building the synergies within the various facilities are there. So uh, I've seen that some of the youngsters who took the mentoring from MIT, and they were not the student of a MIT University of Uttar, but they took the mentoring and continue to take the mentoring. And today they are, among the global startups and working on the sustainable development goals and the climate focused startups and all those. So it's a great, if the higher education institution can increase the students' progression through entrepreneurship and innovation rather than seeking the placement. So this will not only help the students, but it will help also the faculty members in big way. That when they see that the students whom they have mentored and supported and they are growing in their life, and how much those startups are contributing to the employment generation as well as in the economic development of the nation. So I would like to uh, congratulate the whole organizing team and wish all the best to the participating teams of faculty as well as the students. Uh, I'm sure that you people will have great learning from this work, and it will help you to achieve your institution goals of promoting the entrepreneurship on the campus. Thank you.
Thank you, PC ma'am.
Thank you very much.
On behalf of pre-conference organizing team, I would like to thank you, ma'am, for sparing your valuable time and to grace the event and enlightening us with your valuable thoughts. So, with your permission, we would like to begin with our first session of the pre-conference on the theme Building Entrepreneurial Ecosystem Conducive to Students and Startup. I would like to invite our esteemed speaker, Dr. Raman Gujral, Professor and Director, Department of Projects, Corporate and Regional Director, to deliver the session. He has over 30 years of experience in the field of entrepreneurship development. He has expertise in new enterprise creation and in extending support to the existing entrepreneur. He He has also developed curriculum, modules, and structures of various entrepreneurship development activities. He specializes in the area of business opportunity identification and guidance, project report preparation, and entrepreneurship. He worked on various entrepreneurship development models through CSR initiatives of corporates like Facebook, Accenture, Walmart, ITC in India. He has also handled the task of networking and catalyzing vital linkages. He has widely traveled for entrepreneurship related assignments to various places like Laos, APTR, Iran, Philippines, Comoros, and Malaysia. We welcome you, sir, to the pre-conference workshop.
Thank
And I
you.
would request you to enlighten our audience with your valuable.
So, good morning, everyone. And it's my pleasure that this kind of concept you have planned, and you have entrepreneurship, innovation, and leadership, three keywords in your 4th international conference. I was listening to Dr. Sujata, and she put valid points to startup ecosystem. I also welcome Dr. Nidhi and Dr. Anjani, and they have taken a lot of effort to bring this virtual workshop for the students and other fraternity. The Entrepreneurship Development Institute of India, Ahmedabad, is promoting entrepreneurship since last almost 40 years. And that time, it was very difficult for us to convince young boys and girls to take this career path for their future. They were more interested in joining ONGC, banks, or BHEL, or maybe few other PSUs, and that was their dream. But I know those boys and girls listening today, they hardly have filled up a form for these kind of PSUs, and they are looking for more adventure, job adventure, where the work speaks, where your effort speaks, and where your profile talks about your credentials. And that is the reason the boys and girls have started behaving entrepreneurial by their attitude. And that is the reason once you are entrepreneurial by nature, whether you start your enterprise or startup, or whether you are going to work with any startup, you will be doing similar activities. Only the owner's changes, who is the ownership, that only changes. You all know that the jobs are limited in the secured sector, and jobs are also always not as lucrative. Once you enter the corporate, you'll find it may be a very big name, but they may have a lot of set of their own standards, their own HR system, their own targets, their own SOPs, which sometimes are not too much conducive to you, which sometimes are not too much acceptable to you also. And then either after doing graduation from MIT or IIT, or doing post-graduation from IIM, you feel more suffocated rather than saying that I'm working with, this is the top 10, one of the top 10 company involved. I have seen so many boys and girls who have left top brands, top corporates due to this particular phenomena. So what is the option? Either you keep on grinding yourself or you grind yourself for your own creation. If you are grinding yourself for your own creation, it means you are going to do something for your own, satisfaction, for your own innovation. You want to do the things the way you want to do. You may have good team, you may have good backend support, tech support, and that can help you in growing in a much better way. So the institutions are also responsible for providing you a good ecosystem in developing your mindset to become entrepreneurial by nature. There is a big divide among the academia and the students' requirement, and that divide needs to be bridged. That divide needs to be added with more support system, and that is why I think we should talk about how to cultivate boys and girls in a way that they can get a very good degree, a very good master's degree or graduation, but they should come out with other kind of informations which are really required for their day-to-day job or their own enterprise. So I'm going to talk about what are the what is the present scenario and how to deal with these kind of scenarios, and what kind of success cases demonstrated the possibility to become a unicorn by starting with a very small amount of investment, maybe 2 lakh, 4 lakh, 10 lakh, 10 years back. As on today's case, maybe 10 lakh rupees or something like that. So don't worry about funding. You should be having the right attitude to take entrepreneurship or your self-employment as a major, rather than thinking about getting some job which is not too much acceptable to you. I'll just share a small slide, and then we'll see that how you Anjani, is it visible?
Yes, sir. Slide is visible, sir.
So when we talk about building entrepreneurial ecosystem, and that is conducive to students and startups, that is too much important. And there are three fraternities. They are very much important in this ecosystem. One is faculty. Faculty is the key fraternity who is part of this ecosystem. Second is the student. They should also be interested, and they should also be part of this ecosystem. And third is institutional management. Management means the decision makers. The management should also think about how to cultivate students to become an entrepreneur. So I'm talking about three. One is faculty, one is student, and third is management. Sometimes various institutions think about that very good infrastructure or very good business incubator can convert good startups. I think this is a myth. We have done study of more than 50 good business incubator, and some of them have very good building, some of them have very good infrastructure, but the students were not getting any support. So I think the infrastructure and building is not the only criteria to develop the ecosystem for students, startup, and to develop student to become a startup. The faculty is the key person who is responsible for mentoring the students, because the students need a lot of mentoring, and their mentoring is very important. They should also support in advocacy, because the government is supporting startups, but advocacy is required, compliances are required. There the faculty is has the major role in supporting the students. And very important for the faculty is motivation to the students, because they are hardly 20, 21 or 22-year-old boy and girl, and sometimes they are not getting good motivation from their parents. Parents are interested that he or she should join a good corporate and start getting good salary, but the children want to pursue not into that particular domain, but he or she want to do something with his or her innovation. Now there, the motivation who will give? Some motivation they may get from their peer group members, their colleagues, their friends. Definitely that will work 20%, because there are some startups who can do. But the conducive environment created by the faculty to motivate the students that please go ahead, and you may slip somewhere, but I am there at your back to support you. Even that works a lot. So even at EDI also, we have assigned students to faculty, and the ratio is also not very heavy. 5 students per faculty is more than enough. So 5:1 is a good number, and these faculty can identify or choose the students as per their domain expertise, as per their wish. Even if they don't want to take the full end-to-end requirement of the student, they can take only marketing area, they can take only social marketing area, they can only take copywriting area, they can take only technology, or they can take compliances of that particular startup. And then they can request other junior faculty to take other responsibilities. So I can say that faculty is the major player under this ecosystem within the educational institution, who can provide more and more startups. Students are secondary. Now the how to motivate the students. So to motivate the students, I have IIT Kharagpur example. There I can say that long back, maybe 2007 or 6, I used to get a lot of emails, lot of communications, lot of activities only conducted, implemented, and administered by students e-cell, students entrepreneurship cell. What I want to say, we should not wait for the government to give some nomenclature that this is the MET e-cell, or this is the IIT BHU e-cell. IIT Kharagpur started e-cell run by students only, and that gave at least 30 to 40% good positive, you can say, success to the students, because I know that students from Kharagpur traveled all the way to Bhopal, Delhi, or other parts of Bombay, Ahmedabad, even to meet the experts and to use to invite. That time it was not the online virtual workshops or seminars, and they used to come, call, meet, and they used to stay for 3 to 5 days in one city, which is not known to them. But the level of confidence among the boys and girls charged them to take such kind of decisions then and there. And even they used to ask, can you give me more contact? Then I used to give them other mobile numbers. Then they used to go and meet there, the DGM of SIDBI, DGM of NABARD, DGM of other departments, and they used to go on their own. So I think we should start this particular entrepreneurial ecosystem by developing students e-cell, and it can be department wise also. Each department can have their own students e-cell, and we may fund some sizable amount so that they can do some activities using that particular fund, and they can get more funds from corporate, they can get more fund from through other government schemes also. And then each department should have their own e-cell, and that should come under your Department of Entrepreneurship. So even if under Department of Entrepreneurship, there may be 8 e-cells or 7 e-cells, and e-cell is being controlled by students, and there should be one faculty who can take all the decisions whether the students are doing something correct way or they are going somewhere which is not acceptable to the management. So that faculty coordinator can take the responsibility. After this particular student e-cell, then the term is for Innovation and Entrepreneurship Development Center. Because now students are gathered, they have enrolled, and you have around 40 students in one department who are regularly meeting, who are regularly organizing these kind of 1 hour, 2 hour workshops. They are inviting their alumni, they are doing all these kind of things. Now the institute should approach to the government to give good funding support to run all those 7 student e-cells by starting Innovation and Entrepreneurship Development Center. This center, students will get funds for projects, and if they need 2 lakh rupees, 3 lakh rupees to develop some their proof of concept, to develop some prototype, there all these funds are available by the government, so that it is very easy for the institutions to get funding support from government under Innovation and Entrepreneurship Development Center. And there, this center will be the focal point, and all the students ED cells will join here. Independently, they might be doing their activities, but under IEDC, they will be doing together. So maybe 2 projects from one department, 3 projects from second department, 4 projects from third department can be finalized by the panel of the faculty members or committee, and then this can be done. So this environment can be created with funding support without any management's funding support. Once this rolls out, now the students have 20, 30, 40 projects, and they have developed the prototypes. They have first proof of concept. They already presented it in front of technocrats, venture capitalists, and all that. Then I think we should, or institutions should think about business incubators, because after they have the idea, they have the proof of concept, now they need to be incubated. And this business incubator already MET is having. So you have crossed all the levels, but I'm talking in general where the institutions, they are thinking that only starting by a business incubator, everything will be go smoothly. This is, I think, not the right way. First, the student club, student e-cell, then innovation and entrepreneurship development center. Then I think business incubator should be set up with the support of government of India or state government. So this is the way where the business incubator work. Once the business incubator has set up and you have around 50 incubatee students who are working under this business incubator, then our role is linking them through Government of India schemes. There are so many Government of India schemes which provide a lot of funding support to the incubatees. There, this can be taken care by the.
Sorry to interrupt you, Raman sir. Sorry to interrupt you, sir. Your PPTs are not moving.
Yeah.
Okay.
So what the Vice Chancellor, Madam, was talking about, that each and every startup needs some time to grow. I can say that yes, it's a 1,000 days rule, golden rule, that at least they should wait for 1,000 days. Any startup thinks that today they have launched their company and within 3 months they should become a unicorn. This is a daydreaming. So I think we should not believe in these kind of daydreaming. 1,000-day golden rule is very important. But let's see what is the divide between the, is it visible now?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
All right, sir.
So the divide is between the industry and supply by the university. It is not only for the job, but it is for how students are coming out and they have their own startups. But whether these startups are going to be accepted by the industry, because they are going to support some industry, whether it is an aggregator or they might be a tech-enabled IoT or AI-based startup. So all these needs to be required to be supported by or accepted by the industry. So this divide needs to be controlled by our university system, so that less gap between industry and academia, then the students will be more comfortable once they join any industry or once they start their own startup. So how to change the landscape of entrepreneurship in India? Startup is one thing, but I'll tell you that there is another myth that all the startups are only in Bangalore, Hyderabad, and Gurgaon or Bombay. I have seen many startups in Madurai also. I have seen many startups in Nagpur also. I have seen many startups in Amravati also, in Kanpur also. So the boys and girls should not think that they are from smaller tier 2 or tier 3 city and the ecosystem is not conducive. The Government of India ecosystem is for all the states, for all the districts in country. There is no divide, there is no demarcation that only startups can be set up in Bangalore or Gurgaon or something. Although I am right now based at Bangalore, I see more startups coming in Bangalore. This is okay, fine. Maximum flights land in Bombay. That doesn't mean that Nagpur airport is not good. So that all depends where is the more traffic. So traffic is more in Bangalore, but it doesn't stop you in setting up your enterprise and starting your enterprise from tier 2 city or other smaller cities. So sometimes there is a myth, and boys and girls think that entrepreneurs are born and they are not made. But MET, EDI, and other such kind of institutions has changed this myth. And what the Vice Chancellor Madam was talking about, a lot of alumni, those who have started their own enterprises, are now contributing the economy to India. So I can say that we can create entrepreneur. Only the myth is that we think that if the father is doing business, then definitely son will also do, or daughter will also do the business. But now this myth is changing. I have more than 100 stories where the third generation of business is working under EY or other big four. Means their core business is retail in woolen shawl, and the grandchildren is working in a big four company. Now you can understand how it is changing. So that is who is creating entrepreneur, that depends. Your institute is creating entrepreneur, then whether your father is or your mother is a businesswoman, it hardly matters. Who you are, that matters. So you can become an entrepreneur without thinking that whether my father or mother is an entrepreneur or not. And many studies already has proven that no one is born to be an entrepreneur. Everyone has the potential to become one. So even you do have potential, I may have potential, the level of potential changes, and this level, increasing this level is depending upon the ecosystem created by the university. If university is supporting through eCell or through IEDC or through business incubator, definitely you will become an entrepreneur without getting birth in a business run family. So it all depends on your internal attitude. But whether someone does or doesn't become an entrepreneur is a function of their environment, life experience, and personal choices. It all depends on which environment you are. And if in your educational institution, we are giving you good environment, we are having mentors, faculty members, our management is supporting you, you have good infrastructure for your project work and all that environment, definitely chances of becoming entrepreneur or startup will more. Your life experiences, how frequent you take up your projects, your thoughts to community, to people, that also depends. And your personal choices, whether you want to sacrifice your leisure time to work towards your business, or you want to spend your leisure time in watching OTT platform movies or shows. This all depends on your thing, or your personal choices to a specific product, that also matters a lot. So there are more than to bridge the gap there. The present situation is, you know, that there are lakhs of engineers, MBAs, university graduates. They are unemployed or underemployed. Hardly 25% MNCs are looking for such kind of good boys and girls as per McKinsey Global Report. But even till last year, there is shortage of 5.5 lakh plus employees, professionals, workers. But this 5.5 lakh is shortage not because of that we don't have engineers or MBAs, but which kind of engineers and MBAs are required, that is the shortage. And we have to convert ourselves that whatever course we are studying, along with that, we should join entrepreneurship course also. This will help me in carving myself into a better leader, better decision maker, better innovator, and that is going to help me in starting my own enterprise or working in a good MNC where they are looking for. And I'll tell you that even somebody is working with Google company, they don't let you work for on one project for years, hardly 6 months to 1 year or whatever is the life of the project, and then they change your project. Or they tell you that do something innovative. So everywhere innovation is celebrated, innovation is accepted, and innovation is part of nowadays business. Days are gone when in the bank you used to go and each and everything, or in the post office, each and everything was at the same place. But nowadays things are changing, corporates are changing, and they are working and looking for more innovation. So what is the reason for this disparity? First, all the institutions are not equally equipped towards startup ecosystem. Their selection criteria of candidates or student is very weird. Whoever wants to join, they are, and in some good university, they have very good stringent norms. Their basic curriculum is same, but outcome is different because they only believe in curriculum developed by the technical university or developed by their university, but they don't think or they don't work for the outcome. And knowledge and skill taught outside tier 1 institute, whether it is not adequate or fully relevant. So the difference between one institute to other institute varies a lot, and their knowledge and skills delivery to the students is not up to the mark. And that is why one institute, whether it is IIT Kanpur, IIT Delhi, or IIT Kharagpur, is bringing 100 startups per year. MIT is bringing 40 to 50 startups per year, and one more institute, maybe closer to MIT, might not be giving even a single startup per year. So this is the difference, how MIT is putting effort and how they are getting the good startups. So it is not only we are promoting to support the startup, but we are promoting if you can become a startup, then you can do anything, any job, wherever you want to do. So all these things are very important in this. And that is why all these three things at your attitude, skill, and knowledge needs to be developed at the ecosystem of educational institution. And we should hire people for attitude and train them for the skills. These are the corporate. They say we need only good attitude, boys and girls. Skills we'll give them, because even in the coding, they only give you some 1 or 2 tips. After that, you keep on doing the thing. But if attitude is not good, then you cannot survive in one business or in one corporate. So your attitude is really a magnet, and what you think about what you attract. So your thought is very important. Skilling can be done and knowledge can be provided by university. So we are looking for now, under this conducive environment, now the university should give all the three: knowledge, skill, and attitude. If this has been given at one place, definitely the boy will be, or the girl will be, a gem. How much time do I have, madam? Madam, how much time do I have?
You have next maximum next 10 minutes.
Okay. So the skills are required only for hard skill, knowledge and skills, which are known to others, that how much knowledgeable you are, your degree from which university, you passed from which school or college or institution, what are your skills, and whether they need those skills or not hardly matters. But your value standards and your judgment, your motive, ethics, and your beliefs, that matters a lot when you are going to start your own business. And there you should not break your judgment skills, you should not break your ethics, standards, your values. Day before yesterday, a very big company, it's a unicorn startup, and the employees or the franchisee, they were on the road because that unicorn is not working ethically to support their franchise. So I'm telling that you can grow and you can become the unicorn, but you may fall down also if you are not following your values and ethics, because the customer want the things on time, the correct thing, good dealing, good behavior, good customer support system, and ethical business is now the key word. No company can survive with unethical way of doing the business. So I want to tell my students that keep your attitude at the 90%, knowledge and skill is 10%, which you can have on your own, or you can hire this knowledge and skill very fast. Hiring is not a big problem, but you cannot hire another yourself who has good attitude. So this is what I want to say, that India is the startup country. It is in top 3 startup country in the world, and we are getting more and more unicorns. 16th of January is now the startup day, and we are working very closely to bring more and more startups in global era, and many startups are being joined in India, or Indian grown startups are part of the global startup ecosystem. So I can say you can consolidate your current ecosystem, but you grow to connect with the global ecosystem, because all tech-based startup can be in India, but they can be supporting to any part of the world. So you should get all support and get the facilitate stakeholders in part. And as per the Government of India definition, it may keep on changing also, but up to 10 years from the date of incorporation, you can be a private company, LLP. You must not exceed INR 100 CR or more, or you can be developing new or improving existing product or services. So innovation is also the big part of your startup ecosystem, where you can contribute a lot in your company. The government is giving recognition. It's 48 hours, means within 2 days to become your company as a startup, and they need only your founder and team details, your business model, and startup team evaluates proposal and take action within 24 to 48 hours. So it's an online application form, upload your supporting document, application will be evaluated, and your recognition will be given as fast as. So the government ecosystem is very fast, and that is why 10 years back when this Sachin and Billy Bansal started with only 4 lakh rupees, that time it was not so conducive, not so friendly, but they started, and they started with selling online books, but then they converted into the all grocery, electronics, garment, and for garment they bought Mintra, and after that they did not look back, and with 2 BHK flat in Bangalore, and today they are out of this particular system. And now the Flipkart is owned by Walmart, but still from handling bookmarks to handling a multi-billion-dollar company is their thought and belief. So I can say that when these 2 young boys can do a simple aggregation, why not you can do a bigger business startup when the government of India is supporting a lot directly to the startup, and government of India is supporting directly to the education institution to take a lot of funds to start the business incubator or innovation centers or e-cell or faculty development program and in entrepreneurship and all these kind of things. So please think that you are at the best time right now, and this time will not come back. Think for next 5 years, you are on really the greener pasture. You will be you are being welcomed by the government. If you think about any startup, yes, you have to work hard, you have to put your heart and soul, but you take support from your mentors, your teachers, your faculty, and definitely the university system has very good ecosystem. Every day we are getting 2 to 3 letters from Vice Chancellor. They want support from EDI to start their e-cell. And really, I'm telling you, we are going to have more than 100 institutions in coming year where EDI will support the setting up of e-cell in a much better professional way. So this is my words for you. Now you think anything you want to ask, or later on you can ask me the question. I can really happy to reply you. Thank you from my side.
So Nidhi, we have a question answer session. If anyone have any question, they can raise their hand, so we can give them right to ask the question with Professor Raman.
Yes, you can also post your
question in the chat box.
Questions in the chat box. Anyone wants to ask, either you can unmute your mic.
So Nidhi, just you look in the chat box if we have any question in the chat box, right?
Okay, sir.
So even we can ask the question with sir.
Yes, I think Tushar or Ishita, anyone wants to ask question?
Yes, actually, ma'am. Good morning, ma'am. Good morning, sir. I'm Tushar Bansal, sir. I'm a member of e-cell.
Tushar, a little loud.
Yes, sir. Am I audible now, sir?
Yes, yes.
Okay, good morning, sir. I'm Tushar Bansal, and I'm a member of the e-cell. Okay, wish to ask a question to Raman sir. Sir, actually, I have a family business of exports, but I wish to start a venture of training house on my own without my family support. Actually, I wish to, just like my father, I also aim to become a self-made man. So I wanted to know what are the various schemes there which can help me, government schemes.
So you want to do brick and mortar or startup with bootstrap?
So I start in initial business because I'm thinking of opening a buying house. So I don't think it would be more into brick and mortar. It would be, and I plan to go on starting with domestic, but later on going on to a global scale.
Yeah, later on you can go, So if you are not interested in brick and mortar, then definitely the idea matters a lot. And how much time you have now at this university?
So I'm in my final year now.
Final year now. So maybe up to May or June?
Yes, sir. Up to May.
Okay. But even you can be in touch with Dr. Anjani and his team because you have no idea right now.
Yes, sir. So the only brief idea is opening a buying house with not related to specified good, but anything, basically trading.
Trading, yeah. So bring out some ideas related to trading, and if you want to import something for the local consumption, for that also you can list out the import license and all that, how to register and all that. And it may, I'll say that supplement to your existing business also, so that your business will also not survive, suffer, and your parents will also be happy that this is another entity or another business which is altogether different, but with this particular import or this thing, your company or your shop or your trading company is getting low price value goods due to your intervention, and you can sell it whether in the whole part of the country or northern part of the country, something like that. So plan that way, and so that it should be a win-win situation for you and for your parents also.
Sure,
Thank
sir.
you. Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Anyone else?
Yes, ma'am. I would like to ask a question.
Okay. Go ahead.
Good morning, sir. As you mentioned in your speech that one should keep their knowledge and skills at 10% and attitude and values at 90%. But as we all know that companies these days, and in fact people when applying for post-graduation also, while they hire, they do ask for a lot of experience in terms of the CV and resume. So what is your opinion on the same?
Yes. What's your name?
Ishita.
Ishita, now the hiring system is changing. Now the companies are not hiring you based on your qualification and based on your skills. They say that give me a raw professional, but her attitude, which 6 points I mentioned, if there you are scoring high, they can inculcate skills into you within 3 months, and then you will be doing what they want to do. And you know that this STEM education and all that, they are now for even coding, they are hiring, or they want only boys and girls who are just 12th pass, just 12th pass. So from 10th, 11th and 12th, 3 years, they are giving them coding related information, and then they are directly employing them. But if the attitude is not appropriate, then definitely they will not accept you. And this will work for your startup also, because skill you cannot do at work at shop floor. You cannot do everything. You have to hire somebody. So skill you can hire, knowledge you can hire. Whatever knowledge you have, I'm not telling that don't use that knowledge. You use that knowledge, but don't give percentage that my CGPA is 8 out of 10, so I can do miracle. That is a myth now. You may have CGPA 6 out of 10, but your attitude is higher the score, you may do miracle. This is what I want to say. So don't run for CGPA, please.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Yeah.
So Nidhi, we have more question in chat box. Okay, just to check. Yeah.
Not right now.
Okay.
Sir, as a faculty, I have one question. Like sometimes students reach to their ideation stage.
Yes.
But there is a gap which lies between from an ideation to commercialization, that they are very enthused about their idea, but somehow something get distracted, and how to cope up with that.
See, reaching up to ideation stage is also a very big achievement. And that's why the another boy is still not up to that level of thought process, or many of them. So even if you have ideation, get it validated, technology, market, and acceptability among the customer or consumer. If these three validations are being done, and if the score is high, definitely then they should go for prototype, and then they should go for proof of concept. But this should be done at the institute level only. I'm not talking about MET, I'm talking pan-India or globally institute level. Up to that level, if they achieve, and then you invite the mock venture capitalist or angel investors or something, or the bankers, and definitely they will validate whether this particular proof of concept or idea is going to be acceptable in the market or not. So up to that level, I think we should support the boys and girls.
Thank you, sir. Sir, I think Anushka Chaudhary wants to ask a question. Anushka?
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Yes, sir. So I have a question regarding the same, like Ishita asked. So I want to add to that a lot of students right after graduation or even after their post-graduation, some start a new venture while some plan on taking a higher job position. So in your opinion, is it better to have some experience before starting your own business, or you can start right away?
You should have idea, and you reach up to the level that any day you can launch that particular product service. But if you join any company related to that, that will add more confidence to you, and after 2 to 3 years you leave the job and start your own startup. So that is the second option is better. But after joining 3 years, then you won't get time to even think about any new idea, think about anything. You may keep on dreaming, but you may not get time to materialize that. So take the support of your faculty, get up to that level and tell them that, madam, this is my dream, but I'm joining this particular company which is related to fashion industry or which is related to food industry or whatever it is, and I'll understand all the in-outs of this particular industry, and slowly I'll move out. So that is the best way, I think so.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much.
So Nidhi, I think now we don't have any question, Nidhi.
Yes, anyone still, you can raise your hand, or either you can post in the chat box.
I think we can take 1 or 2 questions more maximum. If
Sir, is this to handle your queries? No, Tushar, you want to ask? Okay, I think, so no more questions.
No issue. Thank you, Nidhi. I think, thank you. So I think now the time when I say to thank you, sir, right? So thank you so very much, Professor Raman, sir. You have given us a brief note how we can develop the ecosystem in higher education, especially in our university. One thing you very especially talk about, we have not to move the incubator directly, better we have to move from the ground level, even with a specialized program to the institution to the university. Then we have to talk about the incubation or IIDC or even Center for Entrepreneurship Development. So yes, I think I also believe that's the most important thing is that from the initial initiating something to the young minds, right? Unless this is not very clear and this is not very focused, yes, the rest journey would be a little bit tough. as I think you answered with the questions of a few of students, the same thing. Unless you are not in the ideation stage and you are not confirmed with your idea, next journey will be very tough. So thank you very much, sir, on behalf of our Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, Vice Chancellor, Foundation, and whole the organizing team and IT support. Thank you so very much, sir, giving the time. And one thing I must highlight, in the very short notice, you have accepted our invitation. Thank you very much, sir, and pranam, sir. Namaste.
Thank you to all your team. Thank you to all management of MIT. You are doing wonderful, and you are doing all good thing which we know, and we are part of your ecosystem also. So whatever support, whatever requirement is required from EDI, anytime we are ready to support you in each and every way. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Pranam,
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
So we have next
Thank you,
speaker, Sri Sarveshwar Shukla ji. Sri Sarveshwar Shukla ji, sir, please open your, please unmute, sir. Sarveshwar Shukla, sir. Sri Sarveshwar Shukla, sir.
Yes, sir is here.
Yes, good afternoon.
Good afternoon,
afternoon.
sir. Yes, very good afternoon. Welcome you on behalf of this Amity University, Uttar Pradesh. Our chairman of the conference, Professor Balwinder Shukla, Vice Chancellor, Amity University, Uttar Pradesh. Core organizing team, Professor Dr. Sujata Khandai, me, Dr. Nidhi, and of course the IT team. We all welcome you in this Amity virtual portal, sir. So I have this opportunity to brief you and read your profile. So I must read about you. The brief profile of Sri Sarveshwar Shukla ji. He is a Joint Commissioner Government of Uttar Pradesh. He has more than 25 years of experience in the area of entrepreneurship development, small business development, and policy initiative for the government of Uttar Pradesh. Sri Sarveshwar Shukla ji has worked in number of districts in the different role and different assignment, like a district of Shahjahanpur, Uttar Pradesh, Bahraich, Lucknow, and currently he is posted in Kanpur as a Joint Commissioner, Industry, Government of Uttar Pradesh. Sri Shukla ji, alumni of Lucknow University, he has done his masters in mathematics. So welcome you again, sir. Now I'm requesting you to deliver the session. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Saab. Thank you, Anjani. Thank you, all your team.
Just 1 second, I brief. We have a student of business schools, almost 300. We have faculty and research scholars who is going to listen you in the next 40 minutes. Over to you, sir.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, team MIT. You have provided me with this opportunity to interact with the young minds, young probable entrepreneurs. I look upon all of the students, research scholars who are listening to me. You are the potential entrepreneurs, potential industrialists. Excuse me, just a minute, I can take a phone call. Sorry, I had to take this call. So now when we are talking to the future of our country, future of our state, let us be direct. I am talking to the potential entrepreneurs. मैं क्या हिंदी अंग्रेजी दोनों में बोलूं? कोई प्रॉब्लम तो नहीं?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We love to hear you in both the language.
Okay. मैं यहाँ आप लोगों के बीच में MSME सेक्टर के बारे में बात करना चाहूंगा. MSME सेक्टर एक ऐसा सेक्टर है जिसके विषय में हम लोग थोड़ा जानते हैं, थोड़ा नहीं जानते हैं. बहुत सारी चीजें हैं, बहुत सारे कंफ्यूजन है, बहुत सारी प्रॉब्लम्स है. So let us talk about MSME. And also I would like to put a question forward to all the potential entrepreneurs. क्या आप नौकरी करना चाहोगे या नौकरी देना चाहोगे? दिस इज द क्वेश्चन। आप ये क्वेश्चन अपने दिमाग में बिठाओ, इसके आंसर आप तैयार करो। इन द मीन वाइल वी विल टॉक अबाउट एमएसएमई। क्या आप पसंद करोगे एम्प्लॉयमेंट प्रोवाइडर और एम्प्लॉयमेंट सीकर? यहां से हम लोग शुरू करते हैं। एमएसएमई सेक्टर अगर हम बात करें तो 95% of all economic activities are MSME. Earlier, there were categories of industry, service, they were included in MSME. But now, Government of India has included retail business also in MSME. So, अगर हम MSME की बात करें तो आप अपने चारों तरफ जो भी नॉन फॉर्म एक्टिविटी, एक कृषि एक्टिविटी है, फॉर्म एक्टिविटी हम बोलते हैं, उस फॉर्म एक्टिविटी से बाहर जितनी एक्टिविटीज आपके अराउंड दिखती हैं, दे आर ऑल पार्ट ऑफ एमएसएमई। तो आप सोचो एमएसएमई का फैलाव, एमएसएमई का विस्तार कितना बड़ा है। आप चारों तरफ एमएसएमई से घिरे हुए हो। आप कॉलेज में पढ़ने आए हो या अपने घर से बाहर निकल रहे हो, हर तरफ एमएसएमई के प्रोडक्ट है। सवेरे उठोगे, फ्रेश होगे, ब्रेकफास्ट करोगे, कॉलेज जाओगे, चारों तरफ एमएसएमई के प्रोडक्ट्स हैं। क्या ये चीजें आपके चारों तरफ जिन चीजों से घिरे हुए हो, उस सेक्टर की इंपॉर्टेंस सेल्फ एविडेंट है। अब बात करते हैं कि ये जो है चीजें, ये चीजें हैं, ये कहाँ तक हमारे पूरे नेशनल सिनेरियो में कितना इंपॉर्टेंट है। हम मोटे तौर पे कह सकते हैं 95%, 95% सारी इकोनॉमिक एक्टिविटीज एमएसएमईज हैं। ये एमएसएमईज अराउंड 30% इंडिया की जीडीपी को कंट्रीब्यूट करती हैं, और जो टोटल एक्सपोर्ट कंट्री से होता है उसमें भी अराउंड 50% में एमएसएमईज हमारी कवर करती हैं। And of course, above all these factors, they are major source of employment. Employment provide करने में एमएसएमई सेक्टर का बहुत अहम और इम्पोर्टेंट रोल है। अगर हम उत्तर प्रदेश की बात करें, उत्तर प्रदेश भी हमारा लगभग 90-92 लाख एमएसएमईज के साथ कंट्री में पहले स्थान पे है। वी आर फर्स्ट इन द कंट्री विद अराउंड 15% शेयर ऑफ एमएसएमईज इन द कंट्री। इस एमएसएमई में अब जैसा मैंने आपको बताया, इंडस्ट्री सेक्टर है जहां आप कोई चीज मैन्युफैक्चर करते हो, कोई रॉ मटेरियल यूज करते हो, कोई मशीन यूज करते हो और फिर एक नया प्रोडक्ट लाते हो, ठीक है ना। ये इंडस्ट्री हो गई। सर्विस प्रोवाइडर्स हो गए, बहुत सारी सर्विस एक्टिविटीज हैं, कंसल्टेंसी है, या एन नंबर ऑफ मोटर गैराजेस हैं, एन नंबर ऑफ सर्विस industries are there. Service industry means you provide service to customer. That is the service industry. And business, you all know, retail business, everywhere business activities are seen. तो हम मोटे तौर पे बात जो शुरू से हमने शुरू किया था कि हम चारों तरफ एमएसएमई से घिरे हुए हैं। अगर हम डेफिनेशंस की बात करें तो पहले हमारी माइक्रो इंडस्ट्रीज, ये 3 कैटेगरी में बेसिकली माइक्रो, स्मॉल और मीडियम इनको हम कहते हैं। माइक्रो कैटेगरी की यूनिट्स पहले इनमें प्लांट और मशीनरी में इन्वेस्टमेंट लिमिट 25 लाख थी। अब भारत सरकार ने इस डेफिनेशन को बदलते हुए अब उन सारी यूनिट्स को जिनमें प्लांट और मशीनरी में इन्वेस्टमेंट 1 करोड़ तक है, उसको माइक्रो यूनिट माना है। इसी तरीके से जिन यूनिट्स का प्लांट और मशीनरी में इन्वेस्टमेंट 10 करोड़ है, 10 करोड़ तक है, उनको स्मॉल माना है। और इसके साथ साथ टर्नओवर क्राइटेरिया भी जोड़ा है। माइक्रो में टर्नओवर क्राइटेरिया अप टू 5 करोड़ होना चाहिए और स्मॉल में टर्नओवर अप टू 50 करोड़ होना चाहिए। इसी तरीके से जब मीडियम इंडस्ट्री की हम बात करते हैं तो इसमें प्लांट मशीनरी में इन्वेस्टमेंट 50 करोड़ हो और टर्नओवर जो है 250 करोड़ हो, तो मीनिंग देयर बाई आपके आसपास की जितनी छोटी से बड़ी इकाइयां, आप 5 लाख की पूंजी से कोई काम करते हो या 50 लाख की पूंजी से या 50 करोड़ की पूंजी से काम करते हो, तो ये सारी एमएसएमई में कवर्ड है। हमारी एमएसएमई का विस्तार बहुत बड़ा है और सरकार का जो काम है, सरकार का जो सरकारी एजेंसीज है, एज अ गवर्नमेंट ऑफिसर्स, हमारा रोल ये है कि हम आपको फैसिलिटेट करें। आप एक पोटेंशियल एंटरप्रेन्योर हो, फॉर एग्जांपल आप यूनिवर्सिटी पास करने वाले हो, आपका कोई टेक्निकल बैकग्राउंड है या आपके पास कोई एक आइडिया है, विजन है, एक बिजनेस आइडिया है, उस बिजनेस आइडिया को हम लोग हेल्प करते हैं, आपको हम लोग आपको हैंड होल्डिंग सपोर्ट प्रोवाइड करते हैं, जिससे आप उस बिजनेस आइडिया को धरातल पे ले आ सकें और धरातल पे ले आके उस बिजनेस आइडिया के माध्यम से न केवल अपने को एम्प्लॉय करें बल्कि लोगों को भी एम्प्लॉयमेंट दें। इसमें गवर्नमेंट की बहुत सारी स्कीम्स हैं, बहुत सारी एक्टिविटीज हैं जो गवर्नमेंट सपोर्ट करती है। मुख्य काम जो गवर्नमेंट का है वो है इनेबलर का या फैसिलिटेटर का। मेरे ख्याल से मेरी वॉइस आपको ठीक से मिल रही है ना, कोई प्रॉब्लम तो नहीं है? एनीवन कैन रिस्पॉन्ड?
यस सर, वेरी गुड।
ओके,
आवाज आ रही है अच्छे से सर आपकी।
ओके, सो हम गवर्नमेंट एजेंसीज, हम इनेबलर हैं, फैसिलिटेटर हैं। सपोज आप एक कोई बिजनेस प्लान या एक आपके दिमाग में आइडिया है कि हम इसको ऐसा करें तो क्या हो सकता है, यू कैन कॉन्टैक्ट एनी ऑफ द इंडस्ट्री ऑफिसेज। हमारा जो इंडस्ट्री ऑफिस है यूपी में, दिस इज इन ऑल 75 डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स, जहां जिला उद्योग एवं उद्यम प्रोत्साहन केंद्र हम लोग कहते हैं। ये जिला उद्योग एवं उद्यम प्रोत्साहन केंद्र सारे 75 डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स में हैं। ये कार्यालय दे आर हेडेड बाय अ सीनियर क्लास 1 ऑफिसर, डिप्टी कमिश्नर इंडस्ट्री बोलते हैं, वो वहां पे बैठते हैं, प्लस उनकी टीम होती है, असिस्टेंट कमिश्नर्स एंड असिस्टेंट मैनेजर्स, दे आर ऑल देयर टू सपोर्ट यू। हमारा काम है आपको आपके लिए एक इनेबलिंग इन्वायरमेंट प्रोवाइड करना। जैसे फॉर एग्जांपल आप कोई बिजनेस आइडिया आपके दिमाग में आ गया कि नहीं, नाउ वी आर गोइंग फॉर दिस, तो आपके दिमाग में प्रश्न आएगा कि फिर इसका कहाँ रजिस्ट्रेशन होगा, क्या किन विभागों से क्लियरेंस लेना होगा, बिजली कनेक्शन चाहिए होगा, फायर एनओसी चाहिए होगी, कमर्शियल टैक्स में रजिस्ट्रेशन करना होगा, देयर आर एन नंबर ऑफ थिंग्स। आपको कुछ नहीं करना है। हमारा एक इंटरैक्टिव वो है निवेश मित्र वेबसाइट। आप निवेश मित्र वेबसाइट पे लॉगिन करोगे, आप स्टेप बाय स्टेप जब जैसे आप रजिस्टर करोगे, लॉगिन करोगे, वो आपको बताता जाएगा कि आपके बिजनेस के लिए या आपके इंडस्ट्री के लिए कौन कौन से क्लियरेंसेस की जरूरत है और वो क्लियरेंसेस आपको कैसे मिलेंगी, वो गाइड भी करेगा। प्लस निवेश मित्र वेबसाइट पे आप ऑनलाइन तरीके से उसको अपने क्लियरेंस के लिए अप्लाई कर दोगे, ऑनलाइन रूप से सारी क्लियरेंसेस आपको मिल जाएंगी। यू विल गेट द क्लियरेंस और द एनओसी ऑनलाइन, जिसको आप निवेश मित्र वेबसाइट से डाउनलोड कर सकते हो। मीनिंग देयर बाई you are not to go for a visit to any government department like electricity, like commercial tax, or say this fire or any other fire pollution or any other department. You simply apply online and you get your NOC online. Recently, government of UP has come up with an act. We call it MSME 2020, MSME Act 2020. This act is a further empowerment of entrepreneurs. What this act does, suppose you are establishing an industry, तो होता क्या है, सरकार के बहुत सारे इंस्पेक्टर्स, बहुत सारे विभाग आपके यहाँ निरीक्षण करने पहुंच जाते हैं। उस निरीक्षण करने में बहुत सारी चीजें होती हैं जिससे आपको प्रॉब्लम होती है। Then government decided कि you can apply on a single format to DIC. DIC will give you an acknowledgement of that application within 72 hours. And once you get that acknowledgement, then no government department can inspect you for a period of 1000 days, meaning thereby 3 years. 3 years तक आपको कोई सरकारी विभाग आपका निरीक्षण नहीं करेगा। आप अपनी इंडस्ट्री सेटअप करिए, आप चलाइए, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है। इसी तरीके से हमारा मैंने बताया जिला उद्योग केंद्र का सिस्टम है जो आपको हैंड होल्डिंग सपोर्ट प्रोवाइड करता है। मान लीजिए आप इंडस्ट्रियलिस्ट बन गए, एंटरप्रेन्योर बन गए, आपने अपनी यूनिट लगा ली और कोई उस यूनिट के चलाने में प्रॉब्लम आ रही है, कोई विभाग तंग कर रहा है, कुछ कर रहा है, तो हम एक सिस्टम ऑफ ग्रीवेंस रिड्रेसल्स भी हमारे यहाँ है, जिसमें जिला लेवल पर जिला उद्योग बंधु की बैठक होती है, वो कलेक्टर प्रिजाइड करते हैं। इसी तरीके से मंडल लेवल पर मंडलीय उद्योग बंधु की बैठकें होती हैं जो डिविजनल कमिश्नर प्रिजाइड करते हैं, और स्टेट लेवल पर मुख्यमंत्री जी की अध्यक्षता में ये बैठक होती है, जिससे आपकी प्रॉब्लम्स को इन कमेटीज के माध्यम से सॉल्व किया जाता है। तो ये बेसिकली ये जो हमने 3-4 चीजें बताई, ये वो है जो आपको इनेबल करती है, जो इनेबलिंग इन्वायरमेंट है, फैसिलिटेटर वाला है, ये वो चीजें हैं। इसके साथ साथ बहुत सारी हमारी इंसेंटिव स्कीम्स भी हैं जो आपको एज एन एंटरप्रेन्योर इंसेंटिव गवर्नमेंट से आपको मिलता है, जिससे आप अपने बिजनेस को सेटअप कर सकें, अपनी इंडस्ट्री को सेटअप कर सकें और आप बिजनेसमैन या इंडस्ट्रियलिस्ट बन सके। ऐसी कुछ स्कीम्स के बारे में मैं आपको बताता हूं, जिसमें एक बहुत ही हमारी उत्तर प्रदेश की फेमस स्कीम है वन डिस्ट्रिक्ट वन प्रोडक्ट। इसमें हम लोगों ने क्या किया है कि सारे जो 75 डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स हैं, इन 75 डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स के जो फेमस प्रोडक्ट्स हैं, फॉर एग्जाम्पल हम लखनऊ की बात करें तो लखनवी चिकन फेमस है, लखनवी जरी जरदोजी फेमस है। तो चिकन कारी और जरी जरदोजी को हमने ओडीओपी में ले लिया। अब ओडीओपी में लेने से ये हो गया कि गवर्नमेंट ने ऐसी तमाम सारी स्कीम्स बनाई हैं कि इन प्रोडक्ट्स का 360 डिग्री डेवलपमेंट, 360 डिग्री डेवलपमेंट मींस हर लेवल पर, हर स्टेज पर सपोर्ट, हर स्टेज पर इंसेंटिव्स, राइट फ्रॉम कंसेप्ट टू मार्केट टू एक्सपोर्ट। जो आप करना चाह रहे हो, आप स्किल लैक करते हो तो स्किल डेवलपमेंट प्रोग्राम्स हैं, आप फाइनेंस लैक करते हो तो फाइनेंशियल प्रोग्राम्स हैं। फाइनेंशियल प्रोग्राम में मैं आपको बताना चाहूंगा, इसमें ओडीओपी स्कीम्स के तहत आप 10 करोड़ रुपए तक का लोन बैंक से आपको दिलाया जाता है। अब अगर 10 करोड़ का प्रोजेक्ट है तो 10 करोड़ लगाइए, 5 लाख का प्रोजेक्ट है तो 5 लाख का लोन भी आपको मिलेगा, 20 लाख का प्रोजेक्ट है तो 20 लाख का भी लोन मिलेगा। इन सब में आपको 25% गवर्नमेंट सब्सिडी भी देती है, मीनिंग देयर बाई आप अगर 25 लाख का प्रोजेक्ट लगा रहे हो तो 25% यानी 6.25 लाख गवर्नमेंट की सब्सिडी आपको मिलती है, ये गवर्नमेंट ग्रांट आपको मिलती है। तो ओडीओपी की फाइनेंसिंग हो गई। इसके साथ ओडीओपी में ये भी है, मान लीजिए कोई ओडीओपी प्रोडक्ट है, चिकनकारी ही फॉर एग्जांपल अगर हम ले लेते हैं, चिकनकारी में किसी को लगता है कि हमारी स्किल्स अप टू डेट नहीं है या अपग्रेड नहीं है और वो स्किल अपना इम्प्रूव करना चाह रहे हैं, then we provide you 10 days of skill development training along with toolkit also। उस ट्रेड में या चिकनकारी में, जरी जरदोजी में काम करने के लिए जो एसेंशियल टूल्स हैं वो भी सरकार आपको दे रही है। तो ओडीओपी का ये हुआ, और इसका एक पार्ट कॉमन फैसिलिटी सेंटर का भी है। तो मेरे ख्याल से बहुत हम डिटेल में नहीं जाएंगे, क्योंकि ये जो हमारे यंग एंटरप्रेन्योर्स हैं, इन यंग एंटरप्रेन्योर्स को बेसिकली जो बहुत मोटी आवश्यकताएं हैं, व्हाट, हाउ, व्हाई, ठीक है ना। तो ये जो व्हाट, हाउ और व्हाई, ये 3 प्रश्न हैं। इन 3 प्रश्नों को आप दिमाग में जब चलाते रहोगे तो, और इफ यू विल कीप ऑन थिंकिंग, यू विल गेट दी आंसर्स। व्हाट आप ग्रेजुएशन करने के बाद क्या करना चाहते हो? नौकरी करना चाहते हो? ओके वेल, आप नौकरी के लिए प्रयास करो। जो भी चीजें हैं, इफ यू लैंड अपॉन अ गुड जॉब, बहुत अच्छी बात है। अगर नहीं, देन यू मे लुक फॉर दीज एमएसएमईज, कि आप एमएसएमई में क्या करना चाह रहे हो। आप अपने आसपास, मैंने बताया, जब आप सवेरे से उठते हो तो एमएसएमई प्रोडक्ट से घिरे हुए होते हो। कोई एक प्रोडक्ट के ऊपर जीरो डाउन करो कि अच्छा चलो हम ये प्रोडक्ट बनाना शुरू करते हैं। तो व्हाट जब आप आंसर कर लोगे तो वाई फिर प्रश्न आता है कि क्यों, यही प्रोडक्ट क्यों? आपके अंदर क्या इसके लिए स्पेशल सेट ऑफ स्किल्स हैं, या इसके लिए मार्केट अवेलेबल है, या क्या? वाई यू हैव टू आंसर दीज क्वेश्चंस। वाई का आंसर जब आप करोगे, देन कम्स हाउ। अब कैसे करोगे? यहाँ पे जब आप आते हो तो बहुत सारी चीजें, रिसर्च तो आप खुद ही करोगे कि आप कैसे करोगे, कहाँ करोगे, कोई जगह है आपके पास, या इस जो आप काम करने जा रहे हो इसकी मार्केट है कहीं पे, या कैसे, मींस हाउ, हाउ पे जब आप डेवलप करोगे। स्किल्स हैं, ओके, फाइनेंस नहीं है, तब आपका इन सब प्रश्नों के उत्तर के लिए हमारा जो विभाग है, जो एमएसएमई विभाग है, जो जिला उद्योग केंद्र है, ये अपने रोल प्ले में आता है। तो आप ये सारी चीजें करते हो और सिस्टम का सपोर्ट आपको मिलता है, आप एक एंटरप्रेन्योर से एक बढ़िया बिजनेसमैन, बढ़िया इंडस्ट्रियलिस्ट बनते हो। तो मैं स्कीम्स के बारे में बता रहा था, ओडीओपी हमने आपको बताया। इसी तरीके से एक और हमारी बड़ी पॉपुलर स्कीम है, प्राइम मिनिस्टर्स एम्प्लॉयमेंट जनरेशन प्रोग्राम। ये 25 लाख तक के जो प्रोजेक्ट लगाना चाह रहे हैं उनके लिए ये बहुत ही बढ़िया स्कीम है। इसमें 15% से लेके 35% तक गवर्नमेंट ग्रांट है और पूरा सिस्टम ऑनलाइन है। आप अभी बैठे बैठे, आप हमको सुनते सुनते, आप केवीआईसी ऑनलाइन अपने मोबाइल पे खोल लोगे और वो गाइड करते हुए आपको बता देगा कि आप कैसे फॉर्म भरोगे। उसी पे फॉर्म भर जाएगा, आपका फॉर्म सबमिट हो जाएगा, ऑनलाइन स्कोर कार्ड के आधार पर इसको बैंक फॉरवर्ड कर दिया जाएगा और हमारा विभाग इसको बैंक से लाइजन करके आपको फाइनेंस कराएगा। तो मतलब इतनी चीजें बदल गई हैं। अभी 4-5 साल पहले, 2 साल 4 साल पहले ये एक मैनुअल व्यवस्था होती थी, फॉर्म भरना पड़ता था, ऑफिस जाना पड़ता था, उस ऑफिस में आप जमा करते थे, दुनिया भर की चीजें, फिर इंटरव्यू होते थे। सब कुछ हम लोगों ने खत्म कर दिया, हमने नथिंग डूइंग। ये आपके जो आप सर्टेन सेट ऑफ क्वेश्चंस हैं उनको आप जवाब दोगे और उनके आधार पर आपका स्कोर कार्ड बनके आप सेलेक्ट होके चले जाओगे। यू नीड नॉट कॉन्टैक्ट एनी ऑफिस और एनी पर्सन रिगार्डिंग दिस। इसी तरीके से हमारी एक और बड़ी इंपॉर्टेंट स्कीम है, मुख्यमंत्री युवा स्वरोजगार योजना। ये है स्कीम भी बेसिकली आप लोगों को सेल्फ एम्प्लॉयमेंट की अपॉर्चुनिटीज से जुड़ने के लिए है। इसमें भी 25 लाख तक के प्रोजेक्ट पे आपको 25% तक गवर्नमेंट ग्रांट मिलती है। आप अपना कोई भी प्रोजेक्ट सेलेक्ट करिए और उस प्रोजेक्ट को, जैसे ये भी पूरी तरह से ऑनलाइन है, इसमें भी आपको कहीं कुछ नहीं करना है। तो कुल मिला के जो हमारा इकोसिस्टम है, मैंने आपको बताया एमएसएमईज की इंपॉर्टेंस। एमएसएमईज की इंपॉर्टेंस इतनी है कि ये हमारा कंट्री का, स्टेट का ग्रोथ इंजन है एमएसएमई। जो 95% हमारी इकोनॉमिक एक्टिविटीज हैं वो सारी एमएसएमई सेक्टर में ही है। और एमएसएमई सेक्टर का सबसे बड़ा रोल एम्प्लॉयमेंट जनरेशन में है, एम्प्लॉयमेंट के अपॉर्चुनिटीज पैदा करने में है। तो स्पेशली जो हमारा यूथ है, जो हमारा पढ़ के कॉलेजेस से ग्रेजुएट, पोस्ट ग्रेजुएट होके बाहर निकल रहा है, उनको एमएसएमई सेक्टर की तरफ ध्यान देना चाहिए। एमएसएमई सेक्टर के ऊपर अपना काम करने के लिए उनको प्लान बनाना चाहिए। गवर्नमेंटल सपोर्ट हर स्टेज पे आपके लिए है। तो मेरे ख्याल से आप एम्प्लॉयमेंट सीकर न बन के एम्प्लॉयमेंट प्रोवाइडर बने। सरकार की भी यही इच्छा है और मेरे ख्याल से आपका जो ये स्टीम्ड इंस्टीट्यूशन है एमिटी, इन्होंने भी शायद यही सब सोच के इस टाइप का सेशन रखा है जिसमें आप डिफरेंट फील्ड के एक्सपर्ट से आप बात सुनते हो और उसको सुन के फिर आप उसको इम्प्लीमेंट करते हो। तो मैं बहुत ज्यादा डिटेल में बहुत सारी चीजें टेक्निकलिटी में मैं नहीं जाऊंगा। मोटे तौर पे ये मेरा आह्वान है आप लोगों को, मेरा आप सभी जो यंग ग्रेजुएट्स पोस्ट ग्रेजुएट हैं, आप एमएसएमई सेक्टर में आइए, आप एंटरप्रेन्योर बनिए, इंडस्ट्रियलिस्ट बनिए, बिजनेसमैन बनिए और एक्सपोर्टर बनिए। उदाहरण बहुत सारे हैं जो एक छोटे से आइडिया लेके आगे बढ़े और मैं आपको बताऊं, मेरे कांटेक्ट में रोज ऐसे लोग आते हैं जिनके पास कुछ भी नहीं होता था और आज वो करोड़ों में उनका टर्नओवर है। दे आर नॉट ओनली a successful businessman, but they have given employment to so many people. उनके परिवार भी वहां से पल रहे हैं। सॉरी। तो मेरे ख्याल से मुझे बस इतना ही एमएसएमई सेक्टर की इंपॉर्टेंस के बारे में कहना है। आई एम ओपन टू टेक ऑल योर क्वेश्चंस, डॉक्टर अंजनी जी एंड योर टीम। आप अपने क्वेश्चंस हमारे सामने रख सकते हैं या और भी जो कोई बात है उसको हम लोग टेक कर सकते हैं। थैंक यू।
Thank you very much, sir. I think we have next few minutes for the question and answer, right? Dr. Nidhi, you just request to a student, they ask a question. In
Okay,
between,
sir.
I have a question with you, Sri Sukla sir.
Yes.
Yes, UP is one of the biggest state of country, India, right? And as you said, we have a maximum small medium enterprises in Uttar Pradesh. But still, if you look about, we have a big migration from Uttar Pradesh to other states like Maharashtra and Gujarat. So, what is the challenges? किस तरह की रुकावटें या परेशानियां हैं एमएसएमई ग्रोथ का उत्तर प्रदेश में?
देखिए, इसमें बात ये नहीं है, महाराष्ट्र गुजरात का जो पलायन था या जो लोग जाते थे, हमारा लेबर क्लास जाता था, वो क्यों जाता था? क्योंकि वहाँ बेसिक इंफ्रा या औद्योगिक इंफ्रा ज्यादा डेवलप्ड था हमारे कंपैरिजन में। चाहे गुजरात हो या महाराष्ट्र, तो वहाँ फैक्ट्रीज में, या पंजाब इवन, लोग जाते थे पंजाब की फैक्ट्रीज में नौकरी करते थे और अपना काम करते थे। चीजें लेकिन अब बदल रही हैं, मैं आपको बता दूं, चीजें बदल रही हैं। पलायन, इसको पलायन नहीं कहना चाहिए, ये तो एक है जहां किसी को अपॉर्चुनिटी मिली या कोई इजीली अपॉर्चुनिटी मिली तो वो जाता है, बट ऐसा नहीं है। मैं जब आपको कहता हूं कि हम कंट्री में एमएसएमई में फर्स्ट प्लेस पे हैं, तो ये वो डेटा है जो भारत सरकार का एनएसएसओ निकाल के कहता है। अब चीजें बहुत बदल रही हैं। देखिए, जो बॉटलनेक्स थे, पहले बहुत बॉटलनेक्स हुआ करती थी, सरकारी विभागों में काम कराने में बॉटलनेक्स था, बट ये यूज ऑफ जो इंफॉर्मेशन टेक्नोलॉजी है, हम आप बैठ के इंटरेक्ट कर रहे हैं विद सो मेनी पीपल, इनसे चीजें बहुत बदली हैं, चीजें ऑनलाइन हो गई हैं। तो इंडस्ट्रियल सिनेरियो हमारा काफी बदला है, एमएसएमई सिनेरियो काफी बदला है। यहाँ बहुत सारी यूनिट्स लग रही हैं, बहुत सारे एम्प्लॉयमेंट अपॉर्चुनिटीज जनरेट हो रही हैं। तो अब वो कहानी नहीं है जैसे पहले हुआ करती थी। मैं आपको बताऊं, पिछला जब लॉकडाउन चल रहा था, आई वाज इंचार्ज ऑफ हियर कानपुर में। लॉकडाउन में इंडस्ट्रीज को चलाने की परमिशन मेरे थ्रू दी जा रही थी। आई वाज हैविंग so many calls from महाराष्ट्र एंड गुजरात की, सर यहाँ पे तो बहुत लॉकडाउन चल रहा है, ये यहाँ काम करने को नहीं है, आप हमें यूपी में हेल्प करिए, हम अपनी यूनिट यूपी में सेटअप करना चाह रहे हैं। सो दिस थिंग हैपेंड एंड दिस इज हैपनिंग नाउ। चीजें बदल रही हैं ग्रेजुअली, काफी सारी चीजें हुई हैं, तो अब वो सिनेरियो नहीं रहा, बहुत सारी चीजें बदली हैं।
इसी से रिलेटेड एक और क्वेश्चन था, यू आर टॉकिंग अबाउट ओडीओपी स्कीम, इवन गवर्नमेंट ऑफ उत्तर प्रदेश इज प्रमोटिंग दिस ओडीओपी स्कीम्स। कैन यू हाईलाइट समथिंग मोर अबाउट दिस ओडीओपी स्कीम्स, व्हाट एक्चुअली दिस स्कीम इज टॉकिंग अबाउट?
मैंने जैसा पहले आपको बताया था, ओडीओपी का 1 डिस्ट्रिक्ट 1 प्रोडक्ट। जैसे हम कानपुर नगर में बैठे हैं, कानपुर नगर सिंस टाइम इमेमोरियल इट वाज फेमस फॉर इट्स लेदर प्रोडक्ट। तो लेदर प्रोडक्ट था, प्लस साथ में होजरी भी यहाँ की फेमस है। तो ओडीओपी में जब इन प्रोडक्ट्स को हर जिले का, सिद्धार्थनगर का काला नमक राइस, ये सिंस टाइम इमेमोरियल है काला नमक राइस। तो अब हो ये रहा है कि जैसे जो प्रोडक्ट हमारे चिन्हित कर लिए गए, सेलेक्ट कर लिए गए, या सेलेक्ट क्या करना, वो उस जिले के ऑलरेडी इस्टेब्लिश्ड प्रोडक्ट्स थे। इन प्रोडक्ट्स को हम लोगों ने, ये गवर्नमेंट का ये प्लान हुआ कि इसको पूरा 360 डिग्री अप्रोच के साथ डेवलप किया जाए। 360 डिग्री अप्रोच मींस, मान लीजिए आप, मैं यहाँ कानपुर में हूँ, कोई लड़का है जिसने कहीं से ट्रेनिंग लिया है या नहीं लिया है, उसके दिमाग में एक आइडिया है कि हम लेदर से संबंधित ये काम करेंगे, तो वी विल नॉट ओनली उसको सारा हैंड होल्ड प्रोवाइड करेंगे कि भाई लेदर में आप क्या करोगे, क्या प्रोजेक्ट है, अगर उसका स्किल की जरूरत है तो हम उसको स्किल ट्रेनिंग भी दिला देंगे, स्किल ट्रेनिंग के साथ टूल किट भी हम उसको दे देंगे फ्री में। गवर्नमेंट 20,000 रुपए तक की फ्री में टूल किट भी दे रही है, प्लस मान लो छोटा प्रोजेक्ट है 4-5 लाख रुपए का, उसको बैंक से फाइनेंस करा दिया, 25% उसको सब्सिडी मिल गई। तो ये हम उसको हर स्टेज पे सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं। मान लीजिए वो ओडीओपी का अपना कोई प्रोडक्ट मार्केटिंग करने में उसको प्रॉब्लम आ रही है, तो तमाम सारे मेले होते हैं, अभी तो कोविड के कारण थोड़ा बाधित है, बट तमाम सारे ट्रेड फेयर, अभी IITF प्रगति मैदान में था, प्रगति मैदान में वी पेड ITPO 4 करोड़ ऑफ रुपीज, गवर्नमेंट ऑफ यूपी ने 4 करोड़ रुपया उनको दिया, एंड वी टुक स्पेस, जिसमें फ्री में हमने ओडीओपी के लोगों को स्टॉल्स दिए पूरा बना के, कि आप बस अपने प्रोडक्ट्स ले जाके वहां सजा लो और बेचो, और आपको बताएं वहां बम्पर सेल हुई, खूब लोगों के प्रोडक्ट्स बिके। तो इस टाइप के सपोर्ट, मार्केटिंग में सपोर्ट हम कर रहे हैं, प्लस हमारी एक इसी ओडीओपी में एक कॉमन फैसिलिटी सेंटर की भी स्कीम है। जैसे फॉर एग्जांपल कानपुर में बहुत सारे छोटे छोटे जो हमारे लेदर सेक्टर के उद्यमी हैं, उनको ये महसूस हो रहा है कि भाई हम लेटेस्ट प्रोडक्ट डिजाइन्स उनके पास नहीं है, वो डिजाइन नहीं ला पा रहे हैं, तो डिजाइन स्टूडियो हम बना देंगे। तो इसमें कॉमन फैसिलिटी प्रोजेक्ट्स सेंटर्स की परियोजनाएं भी ली जा रही है, जिसमें 90% गवर्नमेंट ग्रांट है। अगर 15 करोड़ की परियोजना है 15 करोड़ तक की, तो 90% सरकारी ग्रांट है। तो गवर्नमेंट इस तरीके से ओडीओपी प्रोडक्ट्स के डेवलपमेंट के लिए ओवरऑल एट एवरी स्टेज वी आर प्रोवाइडिंग देम हैंड होल्डिंग सपोर्ट एज वेल एज फाइनेंशियल इंसेंटिव्स। सो दिस इज इट ओडीओपी।
इसी रेफरेंस से मेरा एक और भी क्वेश्चन नहीं था, एक जानना था कि the government of Uttar Pradesh, since you are looking the industry department of the government of Uttar Pradesh, how they are taking care of the young minds, like the students, youth, because we have maximum youth in Uttar Pradesh also, since we have maximum population of Uttar Pradesh. So जो हमारा young mind है, like college, university का student, क्या उसको भी आप उस लेवल पे हायर एजुकेशन में भी किसी तरह का सपोर्ट करते हैं? बिकॉज आइडिया बर्थ की बात जो हम करते हैं कि आइडिया कहाँ से आएगी, मोस्टली जब यंग माइंड्स के दिमाग में कॉलेज में होता है, क्या उस लेवल पे भी आप सपोर्ट करते हैं गवर्नमेंट ऑफ उत्तर प्रदेश?
देखिए, गवर्नमेंट की जो स्कीम्स है उसमें बहुत सारे लेवल पे सपोर्ट है। हमने आपको ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम्स के बारे में बताया, ओडीओपी की ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम्स है। एक और हमारी स्कीम है विश्वकर्मा श्रम सम्मान योजना, उसमें ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम और टूल किट है। प्लस ये जो इंक्यूबेटर वाला आप बता रहे हो, इंक्यूबेटर को भी आप एक अपने कॉलेजेस इंस्टीट्यूशंस में, आप अपने इंस्टीट्यूशंस में इंक्यूबेशन सेल बनाइए, इंक्यूबेटर बनाइए, वहां पे लोगों का आइडिया को फिर फाइनल रिफाइन करके फाइनल स्टेज तक ले जाइए। इसमें आपको, इसमें गवर्नमेंट सपोर्ट है। आप जो लाइवलीहुड बिजनेस इंक्यूबेटर है LBI भारत सरकार से, इसमें 1 करोड़ रुपए तक की ग्रांट है। तो ये सपोर्ट हर तरफ है। IIT में यहाँ बना हुआ है, अमिताभ बंदोपाध्याय साहब हैं, इंक्यूबेटर सेल यहाँ बनाए हुए हैं। तो देखिए, इंक्यूबेटर बेसिकली, इंक्यूबेटर बनाने में जो हमारे इंस्टीट्यूशंस हैं, यूनिवर्सिटीज हैं, कॉलेजेस हैं, इनको आगे आना पड़ेगा। और ये अपने अपने यहाँ एक इंक्यूबेशन सेल बनाए जिसमें बच्चों का जो आइडिया आ रहा है उनको रिफाइन करें और फाइनली उसको बिजनेस लेवल तक लेके आए। तो एजुकेशनल इंस्टीट्यूशंस के लिए ये व्यवस्थाएं हैं, इसमें इंसेंटिव्स भी हैं। सो यू प्लीज कम फॉरवर्ड, एजुकेशनल इंस्टीट्यूट्स आगे आए। और देखिए, आपका एक प्राइमरी दायित्व तो यह भी है कि जो हमारा यूथ है, इस यूथ की एनर्जी आपको चैनलाइज करनी है। इस यूथ की एनर्जी आपको सेल्फ एम्प्लॉयमेंट की तरफ चैनलाइज करनी है। गवर्नमेंट जॉब्स, गवर्नमेंट की जो लिमिट्स हैं वो उतनी ज्यादा नहीं रह गई हैं, अब वो श्रिंक कर रही हैं। एम आई ऑडिबल?
सर यस यू आर।
ओके, सो ये आपका एक प्राइमरी रोल है कि आप इसको, जो हमारा यूथ है, अपने यहाँ हर जगह एक एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप सेशन, एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप पर सेशन कराइए, जिसमें लोगों को गवर्नमेंट ऑफिसर्स से, फॉर एग्जांपल इंडस्ट्री ऑफिसर्स हैं, पोल्यूशन कंट्रोल के ऑफिसर्स हैं, इन लोगों को बुलाइए, इनका लेक्चर्स करवाइए, जिससे उनको एक प्रैक्टिकल फील हो कि जब आप इंडस्ट्री के लिए जाओगे, और बल्कि आप इसको ओरिएंट करिए कि आप इधर जाइए, एमएसएमई में जाइए। देयर आर सो मेनी सक्सेस स्टोरीज, हम आपको गिना नहीं सकते। और जब उनके चेहरे हमारे सामने आके बैठते हैं, देखते हैं उनके चेहरे जब किस हाल में पहले आए थे और अब किस हाल में है, तो मैं आपको डिस्क्राइब नहीं कर सकता। एंड since I am in the field, I am dealing with these people regularly, so I become so happy कि बताओ क्या ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन हुआ। तो ये चीजें तो हैं, ये कॉलेजेस को, आप लोगों को इसका बागडोर लेना चाहिए, इसका नेतृत्व करना चाहिए और आगे बढ़ाना चाहिए।
जी सर, वी एट एमिटी सर, हमारे यहाँ इनक्यूबेटर 2007 से ही है, डीएसटी सपोर्टेड इनक्यूबेटर। एंड हमारे यहाँ सर, हमारी वाइस चांसलर मैडम, शी इज ए प्रोफेसर ऑफ एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप। हमारे यहाँ ईसेल है, ऑलमोस्ट एवरी ईयर वी हैव 40-50 स्टार्टअप कमिंग इन यूनिवर्सिटी लेवल, इन एमिटी यूनिवर्सिटी।
Great, very good.
And we have ईसेल in each institutions, and it is driven by the students. So we have a very good ecosystem, I think, and this is the 4th conference related to the entrepreneurship. Every year we have a mega conference on the entrepreneurship. So Nidhi, over to you. You have any question, or students have any question?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sir, there are questions. A question by Arjun Adash. Sir, during this pandemic, the MSME sector faces loss. What should they do to revive MSME sector? During this pandemic, should I repeat the question?
यस मैम, आपकी आवाज थोड़ी थोड़ी फिर बीच में गायब हो जा रही है।
Okay, sir. During this pandemic, the MSME sector faces the loss. What should they do to revive MSME sector?
Okay, fine. मैं आपको बताता हूँ, आप इसको ध्यान से सुनिए। एमएसएमई का जो पैंडेमिक, यस, पैंडेमिक में बहुत सारा लॉस हुआ, पैंडेमिक में बहुत सारी प्रॉब्लम्स हुई, बट आपको ये भी बता दूं कि क्राइसिस में अपॉर्चुनिटी एमएसएमई सेक्टर ने निकाला। आपने कभी इसके पहले पीपीई किट का नाम नहीं सुना होगा, जो हमारे एंटरप्रेन्योर्स या जो हमारे इंडस्ट्री वाले बनाते थे। सैनिटाइजर्स 1-2 कंपनियों को छोड़ दो, वो उनके अलावा नहीं बनाते थे। आज की डेट में हम वेंटिलेटर्स, पीपीई किट्स, सैनिटाइजर्स, ये न केवल हम बना रहे हैं बल्कि हम एक्सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं, हम इस लेवल पे पहुंच गए। तो ये क्राइसिस में अपॉर्चुनिटी आई। यस, जो और प्रॉब्लम्स आई, जैसे बहुत सारे उसमें लेबर प्रॉब्लम्स हुई, लेबर माइग्रेशन हुआ, इसमें लेबर माइग्रेशन के कारण इंडस्ट्रीज की प्रोडक्टिविटी घटी, तो उसमें गवर्नमेंट ने उनको सपोर्ट किया। भारत सरकार ने आत्मनिर्भर भारत पैकेज के तहत इमरजेंसी क्रेडिट लाइन गारंटी स्कीम के अंदर उनको बिना गारंटी के लोन्स दिया गया। हम लोगों ने बहुत इफेक्टिवली इसको टैकल किया। जो इंडस्ट्रीज हमारी प्रॉब्लम में आ रही थी, उनको इमरजेंसी क्रेडिट लाइन गारंटी में बिना गारंटी के लोन दिला के, जहां लॉसेज हुए थे, देखिए जो चीजें अनअवॉइडेबल हैं, जो लॉस हो गई, उनके बारे में तो कुछ नहीं, बट बाकी हम हर तरफ से उनको सपोर्ट करके हम लोग इस लेवल पर लाए कि आप जो है अपने प्रोडक्टिविटी को बढ़ा सकें और अपने प्रोडक्ट को डाइवर्सिफाई कर सकें। कानपुर नगर में बहुत सारी होजरी की इकाइयां पीपीई किट बनाने लगी, बहुत सारी केमिकल फैक्ट्रीज ने सैनिटाइजर बनाना शुरू किया। और आपको बता दें, इसमें हमारे जब बीच में ऑक्सीजन की प्रॉब्लम बहुत सारा चल रही थी, तो विद आईआईटी के इंक्यूबेशन सेंटर से हम लोगों ने इंडस्ट्रीज को टाई अप कराया ऑक्सीजन कॉन्सेंट्रेटर्स बनाने के लिए। तो ये जो क्राइसिस है, ये तो अपॉर्चुनिटी भी तो आपको प्रोवाइड कर रही है, और बड़े सारे इंडस्ट्रीज इसमें आए जिन्होंने काम किया। तो गवर्नमेंट हर तरह से इंडस्ट्री के साथ खड़ी रही, उनको हर तरीके से सपोर्ट किया। अब अभी प्रेजेंटली कोविड की जो थर्ड वेव चल रही है, इस कोविड की थर्ड वेव में भी इंडस्ट्रीज हमारी पूरी फंक्शन से चल रही हैं, पूरी कैपेसिटी से। सिर्फ हम लोग ये कह रहे हैं कि आप कोविड प्रोटोकॉल्स का पालन करिए, कोविड हेल्प डेस्क लगाइए और ये सब काम करिए। तो इसकी वजह से इंडस्ट्रीज की प्रोडक्टिविटी पे असर नहीं आया है। हमने बहुत अच्छा किया है कोविड में।
Thank you, sir.
Yes,
Great
ma'am.
job. Another few questions are there. What are the possible growth opportunities in MSME sector in order to establish a new business? A question by Anushka.
Okay. देखिए, I must answer it in one line. There is infinite opportunity. मैंने कहा, जब आप सवेरे सो के उठते हो, उसके बाद से चारों तरफ आप प्रोडक्ट्स, सर्विसेज इनसे घिरे रहते हो, एंड दे आर ऑल कैटर्ड बाय एमएसएमई। तो बिजनेस अपॉर्चुनिटी आप एक्सप्लोर करना चाह रहे हो, तो कीप योर आईज, माइंड एंड ईयर ओपन। आप अपना ये सब खुला रखिए, चारों तरफ देखिए एंड अप्रोच विद ओपन माइंड। आप आजकल बहुत सारा टूल्स हैं आपके पास अवेलेबल है, गूगल सर्च है। आप खुले दिमाग से, आप इसमें खुले दिल दिमाग से आगे बढ़ेंगे, आपको एन नंबर ऑफ अपॉर्चुनिटीज मिलेंगी। उन अपॉर्चुनिटीज पे आप रिसर्च करिए। यस, मेरे पास जब कोई आता है कि भाई मुझे उद्योग लगाना है या मैं ये करना चाहता हूं, तो मैं उसको एक बात कहता हूं कि तुम 3 महीने बाद मेरे पास आना, जाओ और इस कॉन्सेप्ट के ऊपर, जिसके ऊपर आप ये सोच रहे हो, ये इन 3 पैरामीटर्स व्हाट, व्हाई, हाउ, इनके ऊपर सोचो और हर के पॉइंट्स नोट लिखो। ये नोट लिख के और समझ के 3 महीने बाद आओ। तो वो 3 महीने बाद मेरे पास नहीं आता, क्योंकि जब वो इस तरीके से एनालिसिस करता है, अपनी चीजों को समझता है, उसके कॉन्सेप्ट क्लियर हो जाते हैं और वो अपना एक आगे बढ़ जाता है एक दिशा में। तो हमको एक थिंकिंग की जरूरत है, एक एंटरप्रेन्योरियल थिंकिंग की जरूरत है। उस हिसाब से जब हम चलेंगे तो हम बहुत सारी चीजें कर सकेंगे। ओके
Sir, Rahul Sen Gupta wants to ask a question. Rahul, are you there?
Yes, am I visible? Am I audible?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. So my question was that if a student has a major startup idea, so what are some schemes to support such big projects financially? Like if he or she needs a lot of money to support the project, what are the schemes for it?
Listen, startup, as you know, startup idea is an idea. वो कहते हैं ना, एक आइडिया जो बदल दे दुनिया। तो स्टार्टअप तो कुछ उसी टाइप से है। आप स्टार्टअप के ऊपर आप अपना प्रोजेक्ट लेके जाना चाह रहे हो, you zero down on your project. What kind of the project that you are going to establish? If it is a small project, say 10, 20, 10 lakhs, 20 lakhs, 25 lakhs, so we are here. आप हमारे पास, हमारी जो एमएसएमई की स्कीम्स हैं, प्राइम मिनिस्टर्स एम्प्लॉयमेंट जनरेशन प्रोग्राम, मुख्यमंत्री युवा स्वरोजगार योजना, आप इससे हेल्प लीजिए, वी विल हेल्प यू। इफ यू आर स्टिल एमिंग और ज्यादा, बहुत ज्यादा बड़े प्रोजेक्ट्स के ऊपर आप काम कर रहे हो, आप का पहला स्टेप तो ये है कि स्टार्टअप जो मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ इंडस्ट्री, गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया, DPIIT है, उनके साथ अपने को एज स्टार्टअप रजिस्टर कर लीजिए। जब आप अपने को एज स्टार्टअप रजिस्टर कर लेते हैं, तो आपको एक बड़ा फोरम मिल जाता है जहां पे आप अपना आइडिया शेयर करते हैं। तो आप जब अपना आइडिया शेयर करते हैं तो उसमें तमाम सारे एंजल इन्वेस्टर्स, मैं आपको एक उदाहरण देता हूं। हमारे कानपुर में एक हमारे आईआईटी के एंटरप्रेन्योर हैं जो मंदिरों में जो फूल चढ़ाए जाते हैं, जो वेस्ट हो जाते हैं, उनसे वो अगरबत्ती बनाते हैं। फिर बाद में उन्होंने उसी आइडिया को लेके एक नया स्टार्टअप डेवलप किया कि फ्लावर से लेदर बनाने का, फ्लेदर। और आपको बता दें उनको बहुत सारे बड़े एंजल इन्वेस्टर्स मिल गए, टाटा ग्रुप ने फाइनेंस किया, बहुत सारे लोग पैसा देने को तैयार हो जाते हैं। तो इट इज ऑल द क्रक्स इज योर आइडिया, व्हाट काइंड ऑफ आइडिया इज योर्स, कि वो आइडिया अगर किसी को क्रैक कर गया तो बड़ा औद्योगिक घराना आपको एंजल इन्वेस्टर के रूप में फाइनेंस कर देगा। सो इट इज ऑल कि आपका आइडिया क्या है, ठीक है ना। छोटा है हमसे सपोर्ट लीजिए, बड़ा है हम इंश्योर करेंगे कि आप नेशनल फोरम पे आइए और आपको बड़े एंजल इन्वेस्टर्स मिले, वो आपको सपोर्ट करेंगे। आई थिंक आई एम क्लियर। और आप लोग बड़ा ही सोचो, बड़ा छोटा सब सोचो, छोटा भी सोचो बड़ा भी सोचो, है ना। आप ये देखो उबर एक ऐसा है, ओला एक ऐसा है जिसके पास कोई अपनी टैक्सी नहीं है। स्विगी जो है पता नहीं क्या क्या लाके कहाँ से लाके आपको घर में खाना खिलाता है। जोमेटो है, ये सब किसी ने, आप ही जैसा कोई होगा यंग बॉय जो घर में बैठ के सोचा होगा और उसने चालू कर दिया होगा। तो ऐसे आप अपने चारों तरफ देखो ना, सर्विस प्रोवाइडर में कुछ भी, एनीथिंग इनोवेटिव, और हेल्प हम लोग करेंगे, गवर्नमेंट आपकी हेल्प करेगी, राइट।
Yes, sir. Sure, sir. Thank you so
Sir,
much.
in your pointer, I want to ask one question. Like mostly students have an apprehension that if they share their idea, then that idea will be maybe leak or maybe used by someone else, and then someone else
ये
will.
बात सही है, ये बात सही है। तो ये बात बिल्कुल सही है कि वो आइडिया लीक होने का जरूर रहता है। तो आप उसका कुछ प्रोटोटाइप बना के, जब इसीलिए जब स्टार्टअप में आप रजिस्टर्ड हो जाते हो विद दैट आइडिया, तो वो आपकी प्रॉपर्टी हो जाती है, ठीक है ना। तो इस टाइप से आपको शेयर तो करना पड़ेगा। कोई एंजल इन्वेस्टर आपको क्यों फाइनेंस करेगा? एंजल इन्वेस्टर तो तभी फाइनेंस करेगा, ठीक है ना। तो इस टाइप से चीजें हैं। और भाई ये स्विगी वालों का कुछ लेके जोमेटो वालों ने बनाया, तो ये तो चलता रहेगा, इसमें कुछ नहीं करोगे, ये तो है पार्ट एंड पार्सल ऑफ लाइफ,
Okay.
राइट।
Sir, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Agree. Ishita Gupta.
So Nidhi, we have more question.
Yes, sir.
मैं एक वीसी में हूँ, मैं अभी नंबर दे रहा हूँ आपको, ठीक है।
So Nidhi, we can take one or two more question, right?
Yes, sir. Ishita, you may raise your question.
Yes, ma'am. I had a similar question as Arjun Adarsh asked. So my question was that it has been 2 years since the outbreak of the pandemic, and we still do not know when will it end. The amount of uncertainty has also increased a lot in the business environment. So, sir, according to you, what is the impact of the pandemic on various MSMEs, and if there are any governmental schemes to overcome the impact?
देखिए, मैंने आपको पहले ही बताया, ये क्राइसिस तो आती ही रहेगी। लाइफ में बहुत सारी क्राइसिस होती है, हम नहीं जानते कल क्या होगा। तो ये क्राइसिस तो है, और पैंडेमिक इज अ रियलिटी। हालांकि इट इज फास्ट गोइंग डाउन, अब वो चीजें खत्म हो रही हैं। जो डर का माहौल 1 साल पहले था, आज मेरे ख्याल से उतना डर का माहौल नहीं है, ठीक है ना। और फिर बात ये है, हम लोग कितना डरेंगे, वो बहुत ज्यादा डर के तो काम नहीं करेंगे ना। पैंडेमिक की वजह से जो नए आइडियाज आए हैं, हमने आपको कुछ उदाहरण दिए, सैनिटाइजर, पीपीई किट, वेंटिलेटर, ऑक्सीजन कॉन्सेंट्रेटर। और इसी पैंडेमिक में आप ये देखो, कुछ ऑनलाइन डिलीवरी सिस्टम्स भी हमारे स्टार्टअप्स ने बनाए कि आपको याद होगा, एक ऐसे कुछ टाइप का ग्रुप बना जिसमें आपको ऑक्सीजन सिलेंडर चाहिए, वो वहां पहुंचा देता था। या फिर कुछ क्या कहते हैं, एक हॉस्पिटल्स की एक ग्रुप बना लिया, आप वहां पे करिए और हॉस्पिटल आपको मिल जाता था। तो ये देखिए, क्राइसिस जो है अपॉर्चुनिटीज को भी क्रिएट कर रहा है। तो आप क्राइसिस पे दिमाग मत लगाओ, क्राइसिस तो है वो है, क्राइसिस जब जाना होगा तब जाएगी। आप उस क्राइसिस से रिलेटेड अपॉर्चुनिटीज पे दिमाग लगाइए। what can you do? How can you innovate in a system that is existing? आपके यहाँ दूध डिलीवरी सिस्टम है, हाउ कैन यू इम्प्रूव दैट, हाउ कैन यू मेक दैट हाई टेक? आई एम जस्ट गिविंग यू एन फूड फॉर थॉट. तो ऐसे आप सोचना शुरू करोगे, जब इनोवेट करोगे तो वही स्टार्टअप होगा और नया बिजनेस वेंचर होगा. इंडिया में इतने सारे नए स्टार्टअप्स आ रहे हैं, इतने सारे बड़े यूनिकॉर्न्स बन रहे हैं. तो क्यों? क्योंकि हम लोग की जो सोच है वो हम लोग बहुत तेजी से इनोवेट कर रहे हैं. तो आप भी ऐसे सोचो, क्राइसिस के बारे में मत सोचो. क्राइसिस है तो है, जब जाना होगा तब जाएगी. डोंट थिंक अबाउट दैट. थिंक अबाउट कि व्हाट अपॉर्चुनिटीज कैन दिस क्राइसिस गिव यू. गवर्नमेंट आपको हैंड होल्ड सपोर्ट प्रोवाइड करने के लिए हर स्टेज पे है, ठीक है ना. अब चूंकि आप नए हो तो छोटे से लेके बड़े तक, जैसे मैंने पहले बताया, यू टेक हेल्प ऑफ ओडीओपी स्कीम, यू टेक हेल्प ऑफ प्राइम मिनिस्टर्स एम्प्लॉयमेंट जनरेशन स्कीम, और आप अपना आइडिया लाइए, फाइनेंस कराइए, करिए, और एक बिजनेसमैन, बिजनेस पर्सन बनिए, इंडस्ट्रियलिस्ट बनिए, लोगों को एम्प्लॉयमेंट प्रोवाइड कराइए. This is the whole idea of this MSME conversation, right?
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anjani sir, I think no more questions in the chat box. Any question which you want to raise? Anjani sir?
We have already asked a number of questions, and we have more clarity how the government of Uttar Pradesh is talking about, especially for the MSME sector, and what are the schemes they have. I think I must thank Sri Shukla ji. He is very briefly talk about the MSME sector, what Uttar Pradesh Sarkar is doing right, and श्री शुक्ला सर ने ओडीओपी स्कीम, प्राइम मिनिस्टर एम्प्लॉयमेंट जनरेशन स्कीम्स के बारे में बहुत ब्रीफली से हमारे स्टूडेंट्स, रिसर्च स्कॉलर और फैकल्टी को बताया. दूसरा एक बड़ा अच्छा सर ने शेयर किया कि पैंडेमिक में एमएसएमई ने कैसे काम किया. पैंडेमिक इज, यस, इट्स वेरी चैलेंजिंग, नॉट इन इंडिया, अक्रॉस द ग्लोब, लेकिन इस चैलेंज में भी एमएसएमई सेक्टर ने अपना सर्वाइवल दिखाया, अपना सक्सेस दिखाया, अपने को ट्रांसफॉर्म किया. और शुक्ला सर ने एक बड़ी अच्छी बात की, जब भी आप कुछ बिजनेस शुरू करने की बात करिए तो WWW, व्हाट, वाई एंड हाउ पे काम करिए. पहले इसको अपने मंथन में लाइए, दिमाग में लाइए. सो स्टूडेंट्स के इस पे बड़ा विचार करना चाहिए कि इसे करना क्या है. जितनी अच्छी क्लैरिटी होगी करना क्या है, आई थिंक अगेन द क्वेश्चन कमिंग कि आइडिया क्या है, आइडिया कितनी अच्छी है, आइडिया कैसे हम अच्छे से ले जाएंगे. दूसरा, सर ने ब्रीफली डिस्कस किया कि उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार के उत्तर प्रदेश के 75 डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स में किस तरह से उद्यम और एक्सपोर्ट प्रमोशन की बात कर रहे हैं. हर जिले में इनके डिस्ट्रिक्ट ऑफिसर्स, क्लास 1 ऑफिसर्स, किस तरह से वो अपने आप को सारी आइडियाज को और सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं. सो आई थिंक इन सब सारे डिस्कशन पे हमें एक चीज ये बड़ा अच्छा है कि उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार, भारत सरकार का, भारत का सबसे बड़ा प्रदेश है उत्तर प्रदेश, और वहाँ पे आई थिंक एसएमईज की बहुत बड़ी अपॉर्चुनिटी भी है. बिकॉज आई नो, आई बिलोंग फ्रॉम उत्तर प्रदेश, आई नो फ्रॉम बलिया टू सहारनपुर. Huge opportunities. I know a little bit about the ODOP. In every district, we have something very, very different thing. I think some uniqueness in every district. If you, I don't know how many you know, but if you know about, there is a district Pratapgarh. Almost 75% amla is produced in Pratapgarh only, right? Sir was talking about the Kala Namak rice, very famous rice in Siddharth Nagar, very close to Nepal border, right? And Saharanpur for the wooden, and yes, Muradabad. There are every district have some unique idea, and government of Uttar Pradesh is promoting this in the very large scale. सर ने बताया कि क्या नाम है कि दिल्ली में जब ट्रेड फेयर था तो गवर्नमेंट ने 4 करोड़ रुपीस का इन्वेस्टमेंट किया, एंड सारे इस तरह के बिजनेस को सपोर्ट किया, मार्केटिंग सपोर्ट किया. आई थिंक एक बड़ा अच्छा वो है उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार का. और दूसरा, उत्तर प्रदेश में आई थिंक अपॉर्चुनिटीज ह्यूज हैं, बिकॉज आई थिंक अगर बिजनेस को इकोनॉमिक पर्सपेक्टिव से देखिए तो व्हाट इज द डिमांड एंड सप्लाई. See, we have a big population. As I said, we have a population of the biggest population in our state. So if we have a biggest population, definitely demand is also in the higher side. So how we can fulfill this demand? I think we need to do something. So that's why we have huge opportunities, even tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 city. Everywhere. I think the previous speaker, as Professor Raman was talking about, कि ऐसा नहीं है कि स्टार्टअप सिर्फ बेंगलोर में होते हैं, सिर्फ हैदराबाद और दिल्ली में होते हैं, नागपुर में भी होते हैं, कानपुर में भी होते हैं, और भी छोटी शहरों में भी बिजनेस हो रहे हैं, क्योंकि डिमांड हर जगह पे है। और अनदर गुड थिंग, इंडिया में या उत्तर प्रदेश में बड़ा डाइवर्सिफिकेशन है, कल्चरल डाइवर्सिफिकेशन है, एंड फूडिंग हैबिट डाइवर्सिफिकेशन है, even dressing sense different hai, what the eastern UP, what the western UP, what the central UP. So if we have such type of diversification in any state, I think that we have a huge opportunity. Concern how young minds should be look this as an opportunity. इन चीजों पे हमारा जो यूथ है या स्टूडेंट्स है, इन कंसर्न को कैसे देखता है? क्या हम काला नमक को अमेरिका नहीं पहुंचा सकते? आई थिंक वी हैव ए गुड अपॉर्चुनिटी, टेक्नोलॉजी है। अब जैसे आप देखो कितने लोग हम बैठे अपने घर पे हैं, बट सारे लोग जुड़े हैं। तो मुरादाबाद की ब्रास एंड मेटल एंड फिरोजाबाद का ग्लास, हम कहीं पे भी इसको ले जा सकते हैं आज की डेट में। आई थिंक 5 इंडिया एक बड़ा अच्छा एग्जाम्पल है, कैसे रूरल आर्टिजन्स को उन्होंने एक स्पेस दिया और मार्केटिंग प्रोवाइड दिया। आज हर कोई जानता है कि 5 इंडिया का एक बड़ा ब्रांड बन गया। तो हमारे जो यूथ है, यंग माइंड्स हैं, कॉलेज स्टूडेंट्स हैं, यूनिवर्सिटी स्टूडेंट है, इन चीजों को सोचें। सर ने बड़े अच्छे एग्जाम्पल दिए, स्विगी एंड उबर, ओला। ऐसा नहीं, ये भी तो कॉलेज स्टूडेंट थे, ये भी किसी यूनिवर्सिटी से पास आउट हुए, बट इन्होंने क्या था, इनका कुछ भी डिफरेंट थिंकिंग थी, थॉट प्रोसेस कुछ करने का था, नया करने का था, नया सोचने का था। तो आई थिंक सुबह से हमारा जो डिस्कशन चल रहा है इन विषय पे कि हाउ वी कैन बिल्ड द इकोसिस्टम इन द हायर एजुकेशन, आई थिंक yes, of course the faculty would be one of the responsible thing, but same way the young minds also think in this perspective कि हम ऐसा कुछ कैसे करें, हम जॉब सीकर की जगह जॉब प्रोवाइडर क्यों न बने। क्योंकि प्रोफेसर रमन वाज टॉकिंग अबाउट कि जॉब सीकर एंड जॉब प्रोवाइडर का भी गैप काफी बड़ा है। गवर्नमेंट्स में जॉब कितनी है? आई थिंक इट्स नंबर। सेम थिंग इवन इन द प्राइवेट सेक्टर, वी हैव अ नंबर ऑफ जॉब, राइट? देयर इज अ लिमिटेशन। So if everybody is looking about the job, it's very tough to get job everyone. So somewhere we need to think about कि हम job provider कैसे बने। और श्री सर्वेश्वर शुक्ला साहब ने बताया कि जब एक आदमी जीरो से करोड़ पे जाता है तो कितनी फीलिंग होती है। एज ए एक्सटर्नल, एज ए ऑफिसर ऑफ द गवर्नमेंट, हमारा कुछ भी नहीं लेना, लेकिन जब वो हमें मिलता है कि एक समय था उसका 0 टर्नओवर था, आज उसका टर्नओवर करोड़ से है, तो आई थिंक ऑफ कोर्स इट्स अ गुड थिंग। सेम थिंग विद एज ए फैकल्टी, जब हम अपने स्टूडेंट्स को मोटिवेट करते हैं, मेंटर करते हैं, तो आई थिंक हमारे लिए भी बड़ा अच्छा होता है जब वो एक सक्सेसफुल एंटरप्रेन्योर होते हैं। मे बी 2 years, 5 years, whatever time, right? We feel happy, we feel honored कि हमारा ये स्टूडेंट आज एक सक्सेसफुल है। आई थिंक अमेठी में ऐसे बहुत सारे एग्जाम्पल हैं। मैं अमेठी बिजनेस स्कूल का बता रहा हूँ निधि की, वी हैव नंबर ऑफ स्टूडेंट नाउ, दे आर हैव अ गुड टर्नओवर इन करोड़्स। Since I am associated with this department entrepreneurship, so I know many of my young minds now, they have a startup, they have started in maybe 5 years back, but now they have a turnover more than crores. So I think in this way both the session what Professor Raman was talking about, what Sri Sarveshwar Shukla is talking about, how we can build the ecosystem in higher education. I think we have to look all the corners. We look about the 360 degree, how from the student side, how the institution side, how the academic side, even how the university is looking about that. Sir was given very good example of the Kanpur IIT, right? They bring some entrepreneur in front of the incubator, and now they are making the oxygen concentrator and many things. I think these are the very good example. सो हम इन्हीं बातों के साथ श्री सर्वेश्वर शुक्ला साहब का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करते हैं सर, और आपने समय दिया हमारे स्टूडेंट्स को, हमारे रिसर्च स्कॉलर्स को, हमारे प्रोफेसर्स को। आपने यूपी सरकार की स्कीम्स, मुख्यमंत्री युवा योजना, प्राइम मिनिस्टर एम्प्लॉयमेंट जनरेशन प्रोग्राम और अन्य योजनाओं के बारे में बताया, और आपने फुल सपोर्ट की बात की कि जब भी आप जरूरत पड़े उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार के किसी भी जिले में तो आप हमें जरूर बात करें। इसके लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर, आपने हमें समय दिया और बहुत ही शॉर्ट नोटिस पे आपने हमारा इनविटेशन एक्सेप्ट किया। So on behalf of this whole Amity fraternity, our Vice Chancellor, Professor Balwinder Shukla, our foundation, Amity RBF, and yes, team of our organizing team, me, Nidhi, and Professor Dr. Sujata Khandai, सबकी तरफ से आपको बहुत-बहुत धन्यवाद सर. नमस्कार सर. प्रणाम सर.
थैंक यू सो मच अंजनी जी. थैंक यू
sir.
आपकी
Thank you,
टीम
sir.
को. बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आपकी टीम को. आप ऐसे करते रहिए. हमारा सपोर्ट पूरा आपके साथ है. एंड सिंस आई एम स्टेट लेवल ऑफिसर आल्सो, तो कहीं भी पूरे प्रदेश में 75 जिलों में आपको प्रॉब्लम नहीं होगी. बाकी कोई दिक्कत नहीं. आप लोगों को इंस्पायर करिए, लोगों को एंटरप्रेन्योर बनाइए. थैंक यू सो मच.
थैंक यू सर. नमस्कार सर.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
So Nidhi, we should close the session. Then we have to meet at. I think just you ask the student coordinator.
Yes, sir. Yes,
the
sir.
next, yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes, Rahul, as our pre-lunch sessions are over, so we will meet at 2:15. So you can make the announcement. Anushka or Rahul, anyone?
Yes, ma'am, I think that Rahul is having some problem with the network, so I'll make the announcement. Participants, you are requested to join back at 2:15. Do not leave the meeting as you will have problem connecting back. Stay here, keep yourselves on mute, and we will be joining shortly. Looking forward to seeing you right after the break.
Participants try to log in 15 minutes before, so that there should not be any issues related to joining. Thank you, Anushka.
Thank you, ma'am.
You can share the banner. We are shortly going to begin our session. In this post-lunch sessions, you are able to get deliberations from our esteemed speakers, Dr. Mohammad Nurura. And our another, he is from Kingston University. Shortly, he is going to join with us. So stay tuned with us, students. In this post-lunch sessions, we have Dr. Mohammad Nurula, who is going to deliberate on innovation and entrepreneurship for budding entrepreneurs. And from 3:40 onwards, we have Dr. Ivan with us on funding strategies and opportunities for startups.
Nidhi, I think Dr. Narula has joined us. I think I can see that he's come in. I saw him being admitted.
Good afternoon, sir.
I think
Dr.
he's joined.
Narula, if he's on camera. Dr. Anjani, sir. Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, Dr. Narula.
Who is the idea, Dr. Narula? Hi, Mohammed. How are you? Good afternoon. Good to see you. You're on mute.
Good afternoon, Mohammed. This is Dr. Anjani Kumar Singh.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Thank you. Let me put my volume up. Okay.
So, Mohammed, we have Dr. Nidhi with us. She teaches entrepreneurship. She is a faculty in entrepreneurship. We have Dr. Anjani also with us.
Good
So
afternoon,
Nidhi is
sir.
from
Good
Amity
afternoon,
School of
sir.
Business, and Dr. Anjani is from Amity Business School. They are both faculty of entrepreneurship. They've done a lot of work in this area.
Great.
So, yes.
So all the experts are here.
Yes, excluding me. I'm not an expert on entrepreneurship.
Yeah, my part is the finance part of the entrepreneurship.
Yes.
Yes.
So, Nidhi, we will start the session, I think.
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Can someone share, or do you want me to share?
We will. I think Nidhi first introduced Dr. Narula. I think.
Yes, yes. I want to know, sir, you want to share or should we share your PDF?
If you have any PPT or anything, you have to share, Professor. You want to share the PPT or something?
Yeah, I did send a PPT. And,
okay. So I think you need any guidance or something, so we can guide you. I think in the screen there is a green button arrow which talk about the share screen.
Yeah, okay.
Just go on the video right side. In the middle there is a green arrow where it is mentioned that share a screen.
Yeah, he's sharing it.
Absolutely. Now your video is, your PPT is there on the
Can
screen.
you see it?
Yes,
I have
yes,
also
sir.
sent this to others. So can
Correct.
you read it, or do you want me to enlarge it, or that's fine?
I think it's fine, right, Nidhi?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. It's absolutely fine.
Okay.
So can we start with the session?
Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah,
Thank
Nidhi,
you.
can you introduce first, I think?
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome you all to the post-learn session of conference on creating entrepreneurial ecosystem for promoting innovation among students in higher education. We are fortunate to have among us an eminent speaker, Dr. Mohammad Narula. Dr. Narula works at the Department of Accounting, Finance and Informatics, Kingston Business School, Kingston University, London. Till recently, he was the head of the department. He joined Kingston University in 2009 from Glasgow Caledonian University. Prior to that, he worked full-time for 4 years at Cass Business School of City University, London, from where he also completed his PhD in 2000. He has presented papers in Europe, North America, Australia, and other Asia-Pacific countries. He has written over 50 academic papers and published papers in leading academic journals. He has written reports for the UK government and other national integration organizations. He has successfully supervised 18 PhD students. He acts as a doctoral program coordinator in the department and also acts as the member of the faculty's research degree committee. Professor Mohammad Narula holds visiting position at Glasgow University, Westminster University, and City University. He previously acted as chief examiner for the Chartered Institute for Securities and Investment and the Institute of Financial Services, London. We welcome you, sir, to this pre-conference workshop, and I request you to enlighten our audience.
Thank you again, all of you. It is my pleasure to give a talk on this session. First of all, I would like to thank the MIT University and the conference organizers for organizing this important conference. This field is very timely and an issue of intense concern in the rise of globalization. I also thank Professor Dr. Sujata Kandai of MIT University for inviting me to deliver this speech. India is becoming an important country, especially in the entrepreneurship and beyond. By 2050, India is going to be third biggest economy in the world. UK and India is going to negotiate a free trade agreement very soon at government level, and hope it will be successful. Entrepreneurial mind of India and the innovative mind of UK will certainly enhance in flourishing this field. So both countries will be benefited, hopefully. So this conference, it will also play one of the important role as well in relation to these strengthening cases. So what I'm going to cover today, very briefly about the nature and the theories of the firm, then the concept of entrepreneurship and the steps towards entrepreneurship, and then the concept of industrial districts and clustering, and then the rise of entrepreneurial ecosystem and the digital entrepreneurial ecosystem. Then the standard models, different models of entrepreneurial ecosystems. Then I will highlight some of the challenges of building entrepreneurial ecosystem. And then I will focus on the entrepreneurship finance, growth strategies and the performance, and then the role of university and the policymakers. And finally, the COVID and the future of entrepreneurship and entrepreneurship ecosystem. So within this next 50 minutes or so, I will try to cover these areas. And if you have any question, of course, you can ask me. Maybe you can take a note, and once I finish, you can ask me any question, and I will try my best to answer. So first of all, the nature and the theories of farm in this context. Why do farm exist? So the theory of farm consists of a number of economic theories that explain and predict the nature of the farm, including its existence, behavior, structure, and relationship to the market. if you look at from the under the philosophical notion of free will, which is the choice of an individual's action of taking risk for gaining benefit. Yeah, the Frank Knight, about 100 years ago, he wrote a famous book on the risk, uncertainty, and profit. If you look at one simple example, like Microsoft, Bill Gates. So the computer that he has developed, if he would not set up a company or a farm, so what would have happened? Only he would be able to use it. Us, either you have to make our own, which would require technical knowledge and the time, or we would have to use our manual handwriting rather than typing in the computer. So what we are going to do, so because he was kind enough that he set up a farm, and we just in exchange of some money, we can utilize his product that he has developed. Right? Otherwise, we would be able to either we'd have to make our own, or unless somebody else makes that one. So here it comes, the transaction cost economics, which is the Coas, who got a Nobel Prize as well in top journal Econometrica in 1937. He explained this concept of the nature and the theories of farm in the context of the transaction cost economics. Right. So basically, the time and what's called the effort and the talent. So in order to reduce that one, so you can reduce the cost. And also it gives the benefit as well. So Adam Smith, he put that one as invisible hand. What it means? Unintended greater social benefit and public good brought about by individuals, i.e. the entrepreneur, acting in their own self-interest, but it also gives the benefit. So that benefit, so he termed them as an invisible hand, yeah, for the greater benefit to the society, for the actions the individuals they do take. So that's the big literature. Those who are philosophers or political economists, they love that type of one. And later on, Williamson, he came up with this modern theories of farm as a governance structure and so on. But I'm not going to. I'm just laying down the theoretical foundation about the entrepreneur or entrepreneurship. So now the concept of entrepreneurship, it is a core component of economic development of a country or a city in the world. So entrepreneurship is, in simplest terms, is the activity of setting up a business or businesses, taking on financial risk in the hope of profit. Entrepreneurs are responsible for delivering innovation and technological change. Creating innovation is the first step on the path to success and economic profits for entrepreneurs. Historically, Britain is famous for invention and innovation that translate entrepreneurship. Napoleon of France once, in offensive sense, said to Britain as the nation of shopkeepers. Certainly, shopkeepers are the entrepreneurs, right? That makes the UK like the financial capital of Europe, and in innovation, innovative activities, and they are leading at the moment. Now, the concept of entrepreneurship, if I look at its origin, it is the Schumpeter of the Austrian German economist, and he is best known for his theories of business cycle and the development of capitalist economies, and for introducing the concept of entrepreneurship. So being entrepreneurial is defined as exploring, evaluating, and exploiting opportunities for creating new goods and services. Yeah, that's the definition by Schumpeter in 1934. Schumpeter argues that in a developing economy, where an innovation promotes a new business to replace the old, a process Schumpeter later called as a creative destruction, which means, well, same as the example I gave you earlier about Microsoft. So if we would not have that computer, we would have to use carbon copy. That's the way we have to have in our office. We would have the, like what's called the typist who would use one layer after another layer and to type. So, but they have disappeared because of the introduction of the new technology. So Schumpeter put that one as a creative destruction, which means you destroy another mechanism and replace with something new. And entrepreneurs, they play the forefront about that one. So that's the example I gave here for the carbon copy to photocopy, and from photocopy to now, even you don't need to do photocopy, you can transfer the file, like my PowerPoint slide, I transferred electronically. Right. So this has changed, replaced. Now the standard text for entrepreneurship, it is like the what's called the classroom text, or what's called you start with the idea generation, then take initiatives, look for funding and the planning and organize, and operation and practice, and look for the growth and the performance and diversification. So this entrepreneurship broadly we can categorize for the for-profit entrepreneurship and social entrepreneurship. It is in the rise, mainly non-profit for social, cultural, and environmental issues. The social entrepreneurship, the area it covers. The Nobel laureate, Professor Yunus, he is also campaigning on the social business concept, which means instead of giving money to charity, give it to this social enterprise. They will run the business will grow and make profit. Based on that profit, they can distribute the charitable work. So capital will remain the same. So that's the concept. This is broadly about the social entrepreneurship. Now the entrepreneurship and the venture capital. Well, venture capital industry has traditionally played an important role by providing guidance and the risk capital required for building high growth companies. However, in the aftermath of the 2008 public market collapse, venture capital fundraising has fallen to 1994 to 98 level, from 32 billion to 16 billion in the US. So increased awareness of entrepreneurship model combined with entrepreneurs who have sold their business and have capital available creates an opportunity for private individuals like angel investors to step in and fill the void. Now I'm moving to the concept of ecosystem. So the word ecosystem derived from the Greek oikos, meaning the home, and system or the system. So British ecologist Tansley proposed the word ecosystem in 1935 in order to explain the complex interdependencies of living and non-living matters, i.e. the holistic understanding of the environment as a system of interlocking biotic communities. So this biological analogy has been employed in economics and business. So the dynamics of ecosystems are analyzed by using ecological concepts like diversity, selection, related diversification, resilience, and adaptation. So a business ecosystem, like the biological counterpart, gradually moves from a random collection of elements to a more structured community. So the concept of an ecosystem is a set of interacting and interdependent organizations that function together as a whole to achieve a purpose. In general, an ecosystem is a purposeful, collaborative network of dynamic interacting systems that have an ever-changing set of dependencies within a given context. According to Daniel Eisenberg, the predominant metaphor for fostering entrepreneurship as an economic development strategy in the entrepreneurship ecosystem. And the Mason and Brown define this. This is probably the most comprehensive definition I have found through my little research. A set of interconnected entrepreneurial actors, both potential and existing, entrepreneurial organizations such as firm, venture capitalists, business angels, banks, and so on, institutions like universities, public sector agencies, and financial bodies, and entrepreneurial process, the business birth rate, members of the high growth net firm, level of blockbuster entrepreneurship, number of serial entrepreneurs, degree of sellout mentality within firm, and levels of entrepreneurial ambition, which formally and informally coalesce to connect, mediate, and govern the performance within the local entrepreneurial environment. So that's the most complex definition of entrepreneurial ecosystem I have found, given by Mason and Brown. They are leading for entrepreneurship academics in the world. So Mason works for Glasgow University, where I'm also attached to. Other concepts are the is one, bibliometric evidence shows that the uses of the term entrepreneurial ecosystem has overtaken other concepts such as environments for entrepreneurship, which also highlight the mechanisms, institution, network, and culture that support entrepreneurs. Also, we have the industrial district and business clustering prior to the emergence of this concept of the ecosystem or entrepreneurship ecosystem. So the industrial district versus clustering. Industrial district is a place where workers and the firms specialized in a main industry and auxiliary industries live and work. And the Alfred Marshall is regarded as the father of modern concept of industrial district in 1885. So Alfred Marshall who is the founder of Cambridge School of Economics and the chair of political economy in 1885. So he came up with this industrial district and wrote a series of work. In 90s, Michael Porter, who is a strategist, he used this as a cluster. Industrial district, he used it as a cluster. So the Michael Porter, he published a series of articles, and the whole one is about the clustering in Harvard Business Review, analyze the cluster and the new economic of competition. Now, the entrepreneurship and the entrepreneurial ecosystem. Yeah, there are some confusion. There might be some connection and difference as well. So entrepreneurial ecosystem focuses on entrepreneur and startups rather than enterprise in the role of other players are supporting the whole entrepreneurial process. So from entrepreneurship policy to policy for an entrepreneurial regional economy, much more bigger concept. Rather than maximizing a certain indicator of entrepreneurship to create a system where entrepreneurship will flourish. And it is from a quantity to quality of entrepreneurship, not how many firm has developed, but how what their growth, like it's called the famous 6% growth. So innovative and high growth startups, or so-called 6%, and there are a series of papers has been written on this what's called these 6%, which means you don't need too many of them, but handful of them, if they have the high growth evidence, should be focused on them so that the entire ecosystem will flourish. And the Mason and Brown, they also wrote a report for the OECD, Organization for European Cooperation and Development. I think there were 37 countries, developed countries. They are the member of them. For them, they wrote a report And in their report, they differentiated between the entrepreneurial ecosystem and the growth-oriented entrepreneurship. So that's quite interesting work they have developed. Now, I'm going to shift to the principles for building a successful entrepreneurship ecosystem. And of course, the Eisenberg is the forefront, and he published his famous work in Harvard Business Review article, and that defines the 9 principles for building a successful entrepreneurship ecosystem. Right? So what are these 9 principles, which is widely accepted across the world? Number 1 is the stop inventing about the Silicon Valley. Shape the ecosystem around local conditions. Engage the private sector as early as possible. Favor the high potentials. Get a big win on the board and tackle cultural change head on, and stress the roots, and don't over-engineer clusters. Help them grow organically, and reform legal, regulatory, and bureaucratic frameworks. He argues that each of these, out of these 9 principles, each of these is critical to entrepreneurship, insufficient to sustain it. The key is to integrate them all into one holistic system. That's his argument. So this, based on this, the GEM, what's called Global Entrepreneurship Monitoring, they have come up with the entrepreneurship framework conditions, and they came up with the 9 conditions, which is access to entrepreneurial finance, government policy, government entrepreneurship programs, entrepreneurship education, research and development transfers, commercial and professional infrastructure, and ease of entry and physical infrastructure, and social and cultural norms. So there are a lot of similarities between these 2 set of principles. Now, the models. So different countries, they have developed different types of entrepreneurial ecosystem models. Out of, notably the Eisenberg's model and the World Economic Forum in 2013, they also developed an ecosystem model, and also STEM, based on these 2 models, they have kind of a derivatives, or by combining a couple of other models has created another entrepreneurial ecosystem model. But among all these entrepreneurial ecosystem models, the Eisenberg's model has gained the prominence so far. So therefore, I will cover a little bit of Eisenberg's model on entrepreneurial ecosystem. So Eisenberg in 2011 identified 6 domains within the entrepreneurial system. What are the 6? Number 1, a conducive culture. Number 2, enabling policies and leadership. Then availability of appropriate finance and the quality of human capital, and venture-friendly markets for products. And finally, a range of institutional supports. So these are the 6 domains within his model. And each of the above domain comprise further 13 elements that interact in highly complex and idiosyncratic way. So these 13 elements are leadership, government, culture, success stories, human capital, financial capital, entrepreneurship organization, education, infrastructure, economic cluster, networks, support service, and early customers. So all these 6 domains, along with these 13 elements, is diagrammed in this. So these are the 6. So in the first cycle, and the second tier cycle, it gives all the 13 cycle. This is the prominent the entrepreneurship model that has been developed by Heisenberg and which gains the prominence so far. So the main difference in entrepreneurial ecosystems. In 2014, the World Economic Forum, in collaboration with Stanford University, Ernst & Young, and Endeavor, surveyed over 1,000 entrepreneurs from around the globe with the goal of better understanding how successful entrepreneurial companies speed access to new market and become scalable high growth business. So executive case studies for 43 early stage companies from 23 different countries were developed and enriched the feedback for the survey. So for entrepreneurs, the major difference, what they found, major difference in entrepreneurial ecosystem exists from one region to the next. When entrepreneurs consider expansion opportunities beyond their country or region, there is a potential alignment issue with governments that often adopt a strong within country region and focus their entrepreneurship policies, which means the same successful one, if they want to go to other side of the geographical boundary, that it doesn't want, because it is like the within the country, within the region focus rather than from the globalized focus. So there are a range of barriers they found in their survey. Now, apart from this entrepreneurial ecosystem model that I have just mentioned, now there is one step further by Susan and X. They have developed digital entrepreneurial ecosystem rather than conventional entrepreneurial ecosystem. So what they did, they introduced a conceptual framework for studying entrepreneurship in digital age by integrating two well-established concepts. One is the digital ecosystem, and the second one is the entrepreneurial ecosystem. So the digital entrepreneurial ecosystem framework that consists of four concepts. Number one is the digital infrastructure governance. Number two, digital user citizenship. Number three, digital entrepreneurship. And finally, the digital marketplace. So this four framework, if you put in this matrix form, so here we have on the right-hand side, digital ecosystem, and here in x-axis and y-axis, the entrepreneurial ecosystem. In this side, you have the digital ecosystem, you have the users and the digital infrastructure. And in the entrepreneurial ecosystem side, we have the institutions and the agents. And this four dimension, one is the digital citizenship, digital marketplace, and in the digital infrastructure governance, and the digital entrepreneurship. So that's the model. It has also gained some prominence about the digital entrepreneurial ecosystem. So the entrepreneurship in the digital age, in 2015 in The Economist magazine, the article was published. I think that the title of the article was Reinventing the Company. What is the reinvention of company? The launch of Uber, Snapchat, and Airbnb, and the earlier success of Google, Amazon, and Facebook. A new breed of company has emerged that use digital technology, entrepreneurship, and innovation to upend the industries on a global scale. And interestingly, these startups companies do not have their own products. but connect members of one group with another group. I.e., like they act as an intermediator or matchmaking or a matchmaking person, and that's their business. So that is quite interesting part. I like this set of work here, which means all of this, like the Airbnb or Uber, they don't have their any product. They use other people's product, and now some of them are now multi-billion-pound industry of company. So this interestingly, these startups companies do not have their own products, but connect members of one or group with another one. So that's by connecting them, or by doing, in finance, we call it intermediation function. In the business or other concept, they may call it matchmaking, like the marriage matchmaking type. And reduce search cost or transaction cost economics. Again, it takes me back to my first slide where I was talking about the theories of the farm. So distinguishing feature of the entrepreneurial ecosystem is the location of the place-specific assets, at least one or several large business with significant management function, i.e. headquarters has to be within that place rather than a remote area. Entrepreneurial recycling, that is also very much important. And critical mass of experienced entrepreneurs. And the culture of inclusiveness, availability of entrepreneurial finance, service providers, the related service providers. Rather than grants or subsidies, there should be individual and corporate level tax incentive to grow or flourish the ecosystem, entrepreneurial ecosystem. And the attraction to talented individuals. Property right to be protected and respected. That is another important part. So that people, these talented people or the potential entrepreneur, they will feel comfortable and safe from the longer term. And classical example in this context, I would like to give as a London. Hardly any regulations. London is one of the easiest place where people can do their business from all over the world within the square mile. So within London, that is called the City of London. And that City of London, each organizations like the legal firm, accounting firm, banks, the arbitrator firm, insurance companies, all are within this square mile and network with each other, connected. So there are a lot of informal information is available to each other, and they know what is going on. Although earlier stage, it started in the Lloyd's Coffee House, so where all the ships, they used to park on the bank of the Thames River, and the ships, they are traveling from all over the world, and the Lloyd's Coffee House, so these merchants or the ship workers, they used to talk, they used to discuss what is happening, which ship did sink, which ship did come back successfully, which did reach to their destination, and so on. And he used to keep a note, the owner of the coffee house. And later on, he used to sell this to other merchant, other what's called the ship owners and interested, and the other parties. And ultimately, it builds up a place. It's called Lloyd's of London. So these are also, and in order to connect with this Lloyd's of London, which is the insurance one, and it's a unique market, and the surrounding places, and that did build up. I gave a training to Chinese Foreign Ministry and the senior managers 4 or 5 years ago. And one of they kept asking me, what can they do so that Shanghai or the nearest city, I think Shenzhen, where they can build up similar place like London. And there, I did mention these square mile areas, this interconnectivity is one of the key. There are a few other things. For example, the trust, which I will probably cover later on. Trust is one of the biggest capital. So all the transaction, it make this easier for others to do whatever they want to do with a less, very light touch of regulation rather than bureaucracy. Second thing is, it is the interconnectedness from each other. And third one, which other countries they have also done, is called AIM market. Within the main stock exchange, like the London Stock Exchange, they created a sub exchange within the stock exchange. It's called AIM market, alternative investment market, where the small and medium-sized companies, those who need funding because they cannot go to the main market, so then they can start growing, and then they can raise some fund. And if they do ultimately grow, then they can move from the AIM market to main market. So other countries, they are also using similar model within their stock exchange to support and help the entrepreneurs, or in entrepreneurship and entrepreneurial ecosystem. And here, so it is those who invest, so they feel secure that their money will be protected. Another feature is the glue to connect different actors. The multiple actors are in this ecosystem, and they have to be strong connectivity. And also distinction between the small business policies and the entrepreneurship policies. These are two different. Now, the challenge of building entrepreneurial ecosystem, there are about 4 major challenges. One is finding the talent and keep them. Second one is trust. I just mentioned earlier. Third one is the bureaucracy, and the fourth one is the capital. These are the 4 challenges the entrepreneurs they do face. So the gain from economies of scale are defeated by the cost of bureaucracy. So the senior managers or entrepreneurs, when they do and they try to organize the synergy or scale and scope economies, but quite often it has taken away because of the time lengthening process or due to bureaucratic mechanism. So therefore, so this is one of the major challenge to overcome. Some countries, they have created like a one-stop service. So therefore, rather than going with different agencies to get approval, permission, and the what's called the permissions and the they just give the one-stop from where you can get all the permissions and allocations and all the decisions they get much more faster way. So other countries, they are also, as I mentioned about City of London, other countries are also trying to use, like the Shanghai, Dubai, and other cities are trying to become a copycat of the City of London. So City of London, it is a special concept within the London. So within London, there is also called city, which is called business district, basically. Now, so out of these 4 challenges, well, we know the talent, trust, bureaucracy. I'm going to cover a little bit about the technical part about the finance. So the traditional source of finance and the emerging source of finance. So the traditional source of finance we are familiar with, like the get money from bank or financial market. So you have a choice either to raise money from bank through bank loan, or instead of going to go to bank, you go to financial market or capital market through IPOs. Right? So that's the traditional mechanism, but that depends on the system as well. For example, market, depending on which system country is following. So there are broadly 2 types of financial system every country they do have. One is called bank-based financial system, and another one is called market-based financial system. So like the UK, US is regarded as the example of market-based financial system, where both the lenders and the borrowers, they prefer to borrow money or raise money through capital market rather than going to go to banks. On the other hand, Germany and Japan, they have bank-based financial system, which means the business or the organization in these countries, instead of going to go to capital market to raise fund, they prefer to go to bank. Right? So both has advantages, disadvantages. That is a separate literature. I'm not going to go much more in details. But there are also rise of new types of funding mechanisms. Some of them are fairly old, like venture capital, but the angel investors. But most recent one, particularly after the financial crisis of 2008, so they want to bypass the bank. Yeah, because of the complexity, sometimes difficult to get funding. They have started to create an online platform through peer-to-peer lending or crowdfunding, right? And I think what's called the Artist Year 2001 for the first time in the music industry, and they projected to grow. So they first started to raise funds so that they could have this music. And this crowdfunding, it is projected to grow in the future from 300 billion by 2030. So then the entrepreneurs and others, so they are now shifting their sources of fund from alternative sources of fund. And apart from that one, the other one that I have just mentioned about the AIM market or alternative investment market for the SMEs within the main stock exchange. Also, not only the capital or funding, but also the capital structure. Yeah, how do I structure my capital? What portion would be my own? What portion I will need to borrow? Right. So here, the classical corporate finance literature, what they do say, if you have more money from your own pocket, the cost of equity is higher, therefore you are likely to make less profit. On the other hand, if you borrow money from somebody else and do your business, basically debt, the cost of debt is cheaper compared to cost of equity. So therefore, because you start your business with a cheaper capital, you are likely to make more profit. So that's the corporate finance theory. That's the corporate finance literature under the capital structure mechanism. Also, not only just the capital structure and the capital, also the farm growth, which I will cover in a second. But another area is the cash flow, which the accountants, they're very much in love with that one. Here, the key concept here is how much money coming in and how much money is going out every week, not the profit and loss. That gives the signal of the future growth and performance, which means if you have negative cash flow continuously, and if you have positive profit, which means there's something somewhere wrong there. Okay, once or twice you may have negative cash flow, but if you have frequently, most of the time, negative cash flow, which means there's some, it is like you act as a spy, as an intelligent person by looking at the cash flow. So cash flow is one important signal. If you have positive cash flow, that one will indicate that they are going to do well. So the cash flow is another area which quite often are ignored. Rather than they do focus on the profitability side only or other performance rather than the cash flow. And then the growth. So this entrepreneurial farm, because this is a long-term project, and according to, I think there's one article, 1987 probably, how long it takes to make a profit for a farm. So according to that paper, sorry, I forgot about the author's name. So it takes about 4 years to reach to a profitability. And if you cannot reach profitability by 4th year, you abandon that project, right? So what you do in the meantime, from year 1 to year 4, you look at the growth, whether it is growing. If it is growing, despite you are making loss, that there is a chance that there is a green light very soon. I recently finished a paper, research project, which is the growth measurement. Yeah, so we did use about 13 different variables about the growth. And obviously that is, then I will have to shift my whole focus on this growth one. So that may lead to separate papers. But because of the wider audience, I'm covering from a bigger perspective so that everybody can follow about the entire ecosystem, entrepreneurial ecosystem and the entrepreneurship. But if anybody, any of you are interested, I will be happy to talk about this growth measurement and the different models. Another area is the management and the leadership. Aristotle and Plato, philosopher on leadership and the management, what they have mentioned, the best person should rule. Yeah. So there are differences between the management and the leadership. Management standard within the management is like a day-to-day operation. It has a standard agency issues, like the conflict of interest sometimes between the funder and the managers, unless the funder is also the manager. Other part is the leadership part, and there is an argument whether leaders are born or leaders are made. If you do not have professional knowledge, you cannot have professional competence. If you do not have a professional competence, you cannot be a leader. To be a leader, you have to make decisions. And under what circumstances? Almost always you have to make decisions under uncertainty. But you have to take full responsibilities with courage and ability. But sometimes what happens, these leaders, they are overconfidence, or some what's called the frequent what's called the startups funders as well. Overconfidence, that will be a major problem. There is a theory, it's called overconfidence, behavioral literature, hubris theory of entrepreneurship. So Hayward came up with developed that theory. So a hubris theory of entrepreneurship to explain why so many new ventures are created in the shadow of high venture failure rates. So more confident actors are moved to start ventures, and that's the findings of his paper, and then act on such confidence when deciding how to allocate resources in their ventures. So authors linked founders' propensity to be overconfident to their decisions to allocate, use, and attain the resources. And I did supervise one PhD student who did from the behavioral aspect. It's called the neurofinance. Yeah? So based on the brain scanning, particular part of our brain, it gives signal, the pain and pleasure. Yeah, I think the UCL developed that technique. So the finance people, well, in my students' PhD also borrowed that literature. And we also found similar type of findings. What this overconfidence state. Like those who are the professional traders, they think they know everything, and they are the one who make actually bigger losses. Now, here the role of universities. So universities offer lifelong learning. And for the entrepreneurship and entrepreneurial ecosystem, I think I mentioned several places in my conferences that we have to have the tri-party cooperations: the government, university, and the industry. Entrepreneurial ecosystem led by universities, which is the rise, on the rise, university-centered entrepreneurial system. And the best example so far is the Baseball College in the US. And then other universities, they are now following, or kind of copying what Baseball is doing. There are also another area for the last 10 plus years about the business incubators within the university environment. This is also on the rise. Even the Kingston University, probably the first in the UK, set up small business research center in 1988. At that time, nobody even thought about these small businesses, and they ignored that one. Now they have gone prominence for the last 10 plus years. Number of universities, they are now focusing on this entrepreneurship and entrepreneurial ecosystem. The Global Entrepreneurship Monitor offers academics the opportunity to be part of a prestigious network, explore various dimensions of entrepreneurship, and gain a full picture about the entrepreneurial activity of a country. And entrepreneurs in developed countries exhibit higher rate of success when they have higher level of education, and even more so when this education is combined with experience. Now I'm nearly end. There are also the role of the policymakers, and the challenge for here for the policymaker is for the evidence-based policymaking, as highlighted by World Bank Research Observer. This is in their report. So they suggested that there should be trade-off between the local context and the external context. Again, the Global Entrepreneurship Monitor, they developed principles, they call it CRISP principle, should consider in order to move forward by the policymakers. So what are these CRISP principles? There are 6 of them. Number 1, C, is the clear and concise communication of policies, so as many entrepreneurs as possible can benefit from policies. Number 2, resilience and responsibility in public policy that is conducive to creating new venture and growth of existing companies. Third one is innovation by deploying new process, tools, and practices that are used for policy design and development. And next one is simplifying policies so that easy to understand. And the next one is the preparation, as policymakers should spend time preparing for potential. Right? So these are collectively called CRISP principles that is developed by GEM. And so that, and according to them, they said that will be helpful to policymakers when they make the policies. There is also Global Entrepreneurship Development Institute. What they do, they publish annual Global Entrepreneurship Index. I think about 137 countries, they do publish index, although there are some criticism by other academics about their index methodology. So in their methodology, what they cover in this putting each country as in their entrepreneurial index, they cover attitude, abilities, and aspirations. And then they put the local population, and then they put weight these against the prevailing social and economic infrastructure. And this include aspects such as broadband connectivity and the transport links to external markets. And this process creates 14 pillars, which this JDI uses to measure the health of the regional ecosystem. Now, I'm going to my last part. We are going through this COVID, how this COVID is going to affect to the future of entrepreneurship. So the Global Entrepreneurship Research Association, or GERA, G-E-R-A, it is an umbrella organization that owns Global Entrepreneurship Monitor, or the GEM. And it is registered as a private limited non-profit company in the UK, and it is funded by national team fees and the contributions of sponsoring institutions. So this Global Entrepreneurship Monitor is the world's largest and longest running one. They are doing that one for the last 22 years and study the entrepreneurs and entrepreneurial perception. So the GM carries out survey-based research on entrepreneurship and entrepreneurship ecosystem around the world. I think the India, they also have their branch as well. So the GEM National Entrepreneurship Context Index, it results of 2021, it shows evidence that the European, American, and Latin American entrepreneurs have been suffering a substantial negative impact due to the pandemic, while Asian markets were overall more positively impacted because one of the results of the globalization. And they have become important suppliers of essential products and technologies to the world. And particularly to India, the entrepreneurial ecosystem in India is the third largest and the fastest growing ecosystem in the world, according to World Economic Forum. So this GEM India study provides a wide sample of experts, which has enabled consistent results over the last few years, indicating that India is strongly emerging in different and powerful sectors like pharmacy, space technology, and other areas, despite the fact that the country as a whole remains in the low income group. As every crisis has new opportunities, and if you look at the last 100 years, in the global crisis, if we look at, I don't have time, otherwise I could have go one by one. Always it gives the, I always look at the positive side. Although crisis people, they do criticize, it has all the negative things it brings, but it also brings the opportunities as well. So the COVID-19 pandemic will also provide new opportunities to live life and work efficiently, work differently, even to think differently about innovation and the role of entrepreneurship. But the policymakers need to create cohesive, holistic, and conducive framework in order for entrepreneurs to flourish in a post-COVID world. Never lost sight of the big picture. By 2030 agenda for the SDGs, United Nations goal has set out an aspiration. One of these is the life with dignity for all. Bigger picture. With another aspiration, leave no one behind. Yeah, that's I have just taken it from the SDGs. So the entrepreneurship and the entrepreneurship ecosystem are the key to achieve both of these aspirations. Thank you. Have I exceeded my time?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Thank you.
Anjani, sir, you are saying something?
No. Did I exceed my time or have I finished?
Nidhi,
I was worried about my time because the conference, so you have to be very strict with your time management.
Right, sir. So, sir, we have next 5 minutes for question answer session, right? So we have some question. Nidhi, we have some question.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Before going to ask with the students, sir, I have some question in my mind because I was listening you almost the last 50 minutes, right? You well brief about the theoretical concept of entrepreneurship from Schumpeterian to the Peters, right? Porters. One thing I was looking about how you think about this Schumpeterian creative destruction theory is very relevant in today's scenario, right? Another my question is what do you mean by an entrepreneurial recycling? So
these two questions. Thank you.
Yeah, two things in my mind, right? If you can elaborate.
So shall I answer these two first?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. So the Schumpeterian one, this industrial district, that is very much still applicable. Right? Even like the MIT University, where I visited, I think last year, the whole city has been built up. And based on that one, you can see this that authority is connecting, is building up and new places. So if you look at it, it's like an industrial district, and now there's a university, there are some eco farms. So it was building up. So that one, this industrial district, this is still very much in place. We change its name, yeah. Maybe we are framing it as an ecosystem, as a metaphor of the normal ecosystem, like the entrepreneurial ecosystem. So that industrial district is still talked about, and the concept is still the same. It's applicable and important. Second one is the entrepreneurial recycling. So recycling is like I have done a startup, successful, and now can I, because I have the track record, can I do another one based on, and then based on that one interconnected. So then you just do the recycle or remodify, and that one connects with the Schumpeter's destructive what's called the creation, which means some of the things they may not be applicable. I may have started up something that was fine for a few years, but things have changed and this is not useful. So now I have to replace that one. And this replacement is like a recycling, which again, so thank you for mentioning about Schumpeter. He termed it as a destructive creation.
Thank you so very much, sir. So Nidhi,
there are a few questions in the
yeah,
chat
if we
box.
have some question from a student side, right? Please, if you can read, right, Nidhi?
Okay. Sir, one student, Weber, wants to know that how peer-to-peer lending technique works and is what is the scope of this strategy?
Right. So peer-to-peer, thank you. That's a very good question. So it is, I also teach my MSc students as well. I actually gave them the coursework about the peer-to-peer lending, which I haven't marketed yet. It is an online platform. And this platform, if they come up with what's called the group of people, they do provide funding for others if they want to borrow money. And so you don't need to go to bank, right? And there are range of this peer-to-peer platform has been developed to finance some of the smaller projects, right? So you go through this standard criteria, what you will need, and then if you can convince that you have got a good what's called the business plan, and you need some finance to grow that business, and then they do provide you funding from that one. And what they do, how do they get the money to give you loan? So they are interested individual people. If they have extra money, instead of putting their money to bank as a bank deposit, they put their money to this peer-to-peer lending platform because they do pay relatively high return. Right? So that's the way they also do the kind of an informal bank. They do function, but they are not a bank. They do just lend each other, borrowing money from one group of individuals from the society and give money to some people, those who want to have this challenging and attractive project to fund them. That's the way it works, purely through online platform. And they are by and large unregulated so far. So the central bank, it is now they have, but it has proved successful so far. Have I answered to the question?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir, definitely.
Sure.
So one last question. There are many questions, but because of short of time, so
I will be as brief as possible. Go on.
Okay.
So Nidhi, take maximum 2 questions, right?
Okay, sir. Okay.
And Nidhi, I think we have, because it's such an interesting session, Mohammed, that I'm sure students have a lot of questions. And
My pleasure. No problem.
if you agree,
provided
then
we have time.
Yeah, some of them can write to you if at all, if you are okay with it, and they
That's
can.
Fine. That's fine.
Yeah, and we have our resource person also for the next session here with us. But yes, maybe we can take 1 or 2 questions more with the permission of Mohammed and with the permission of Evan also.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, one last question. How entrepreneurship recycling support entrepreneurial ecosystem?
Oh, that is very much that because it is they are these talented people. They are the key in order to success. These are the talented people. They are the one who has the track record, and then they are the one because they have already have the experience. So this is very much important for the entrepreneurial ecosystem about this entrepreneurial what's called the recycling. Now, since I mentioned about the recycling, there is a new concept. It has also come in the other economic development as well. It is called recycle economy, right? And some countries, policymakers, they have also adopted that policy, like especially when there are overpopulated countries, there are a lot of waste here and there. And now, if in order to reduce this environmental lot of the damages, this recycling that could be put into the environmental, what's called the entrepreneurial ecosystem project, which is now creating kind of a new branch of the recycling economy.
Thank you so much, sir. Before coming to a vote of thanks, I would like to ask Sujata ma'am to share her few words. Sujata ma'am.
Thank you, Nidhi, and thank you, Mohammed. It was a very interesting session. I think most of our participants, with the number of questions that I see in the chat box, I think they were very happy and they have kind of imbibed a lot from your session, I guess. So we thank you so much, Mohammed, and at such short notice, you came in and you took the session. Thank you once again from each one of us. Of course, the formal vote of thanks Nidhi will give you. She will formally thank you. But yes, from my side, please, I am extremely grateful that you came and took the session. Thank you once again, Mohammed, and we will see you soon.
Thank you very much. And thank you for your kind words. And it is always my pleasure. And I'm sorry because I was worried about the time management because I picked up the bigger topic. So I've given you the slide. A student, they can have access to that one. If anybody wants to contact me, I will be fine with that one. So it is my real pleasure. And I did also enjoy giving this speech. So from my side, thank you all. And just sorry because I was moving a little bit faster. But I hope it will not be inconvenient for you because I made it as simple as possible rather than going through any equations in any other. So thank you all. Thank you.
Sir, on behalf of complete team of pre-conference workshop, MIT University, I would extend a heartfelt thank to you as Dr. Mohammed Nurullah from Faculty of Business and School Sciences, Kingston University, London, for such an enriching session on the theme Innovation and Entrepreneurship for Budding Entrepreneurs. I believe this insightful session would be helpful for all the participants to create their own advantages in their career aspiration towards entrepreneurship. Thank you so much, sir, for being here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Mohammed.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Take care.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Take care. Bye. Thank you. Thank you. Bye.
I think Dr. Ivan has also joined, Nidhi. So maybe we can start the next session now.
Okay. Can we have Ivan sir on camera?
Absolutely.
Good afternoon,
Good
Professor
afternoon,
Ivan.
sir.
Good afternoon.
Hello. How are you doing?
Fine, fine.
Ivan, let me introduce you to Dr. Nidhi. She is a faculty again in the area of entrepreneurship, and Dr. Anjani, he's also an expert in the area of entrepreneurship. And yes, they are both experts. I'm not, but they are both the experts in entrepreneurship. And
good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon.
They do a lot of work with the students in this area too. I know for a fact Nidhi does a lot of work in this area. Anjani also does, I think. He can enlighten you more on that. Over to you, Nidhi. And thank you, Ivan, for joining us today.
Oh, no worries. It's a pleasure to be here.
It gives me immense pleasure to invite you, our esteemed speaker, Dr. Ivan, faculty in entrepreneurship at the Institute of Management Studies, Goldsmith University of London. He completed his PhD in Management and Organization at Faculty of Economics and Business, University of Ljubljana, Slovenia. His research interests include digital strategy and innovation, technology, entrepreneurship, high-growth firms, entrepreneurial ecosystem, and research methods. His research has been published in peer-reviewed journals such as Organizational Research Methods, European Management Journal, and Management Decision. Before entering academia, he worked as a consultant in the IT industry and as a journalist, photographer in the media. We welcome you, sir, to the pre-conference workshop session on the theme Funding Strategies and Opportunities for Startups. May I request you, sir, to share your valuable thoughts on this theme?
Thank you. Thank you for this wonderful introduction. So let me share my screen so I can. All right. I think this is the correct one. I think you should all see my screen, right? Okay, so hello from my perspective as well. So I said I'm Ivan Župić. I'm faculty at the Institute of Management Studies at the Goldsmiths, University of London. And my talk today will cover about financing of startups, right? So aimed primarily at entrepreneurs, but also others who are interested how this whole funding ecosystem works, right? We'll go through the short introduction. I'll talk a little bit about the importance of financial planning, but I won't go really into much detail because if we go into detail, we can spend several hours on these topics. But I'll give a short overview then of early sources of finance like bootstrapping, accelerators, incubators, crowdsourcing, business angels. We'll go through a little bit how venture capital works. And if we have time, we'll see about that. We may go quickly through the term sheet and negotiations, so the documents entrepreneurs get when they enter the investment agreement with investors. Right? So, first question: why do startups need finance? And I think this kind of picture taken from Colombo 2019 illustrates it very well. So when you found a startup, you face basically so-called value of debt. Yeah. So you have to develop your idea, you have to develop prototype, you have to start selling, investing in growth, and all this takes money, and you have to invest all that money before you get money back from your customers, right? And so you need some kind of investment to get through this so-called valley of debt, right? And just to give you an example of how much this could take, right? In some industries, I mean, different startups need a different kind of financing, but biotech startups need really a lot of finance, right? So here's an example of Biocartis, which was founded in 2007 and is addressing the need for personalized medicine. And they're developing kind of a test for various diseases. Yeah? And this is basically a very big market, like a 5 billion market, and they had an IPO in 2015. And just to give you a quick overview, they've raised a number of funds. All right, so they have a number of funding rounds, altogether 220 million, plus also the IPO, right? So the biotech startups are one of those that need really a lot of investment. So what are the options for entrepreneur at the beginning? So when you start your company, you will most likely get first investment from so-called 3Fs. So this is friends, family, and fools. Right? So individuals, your friends, who you can get them to invest, and your personal funds, of course. Then you could get some crowdfunding investment from accelerators or incubators. There's also grants and public funding, and all this is less likely as we progress among this option to get you in the first round of financing, right? So if you just start up and you have nothing, then you'll use your own money or your friend's money. You might get into an accelerator, but it is difficult to get money from VCs. So business angels and venture capital are less likely to invest in the first round. However, later, when you get some revenues, when you get your product out, when you start growing, actually venture capital and business angels become much more likely to invest in you, and the other options like friends, family, and fools become less likely because at this stage you'll need much more capital than at the beginning. So you will need some kind of institutional sources of revenue. And this is again how options progress over the life cycle of a startup. At the beginning, as I said, family and friends, incubators, accelerators, your own funds, and so on. Then, as you grow, institutional sources become much more important. And when the venture is mature, you might get access also to bank loans and the IPO and other types of financing. So just to give a little bit of a difference how entrepreneurial finance differs from corporate finance, right? So corporate finance is aimed mostly at the mature companies, right? In entrepreneurial finance, we talk mostly about funding startups. And this is the first, right? Funding sources are different. For example, if you're a mature company with stable cash flows, you'll get a loan from a bank. If you're an entrepreneur, where pretty much all you have is promise of future growth and good idea, then you won't get you won't get funding from a bank unless you have some collateral to put in as a security. Yeah. The funding process is different. How monitoring growth, what are we measuring is different, and how the investors actually get money back is also different, right? So the financing of startups is actually very different than financing mature companies. So just to summarize this introduction, entrepreneurial finance is a field at the crossroad of entrepreneurship and finance. And corporate finance is more focused on existing businesses, and entrepreneurial finance is more focused on new ventures. And if we talk about life cycle, then new venture will go through different phases, right? Usually seed, startup growth, and maturity, right? And at different stages, different sources of financing are more appropriate and available for them. As we said, at the beginning, it's difficult to get a bank loan or investment from VCs. As you grow more, this becomes more likely. Right? So understanding basically for entrepreneurs what are the pros and cons of each financing source is actually key to the growth of your startup. So the second thing that I want to talk is about importance of financial planning. Right? And for entrepreneurs, you could say that that cash is king. Even company that have profits on the paper could go through periods when the cash that the venture is generating is not enough to finance the business. Growth is usually very expensive, right? So when you're growing, you're expanding your customer base, you're getting to a new market, you have to invest, whether is that a new app or new locations, if you have a retail business, and this all comes before revenue, right? So financing that growth is basically a very difficult challenge for the entrepreneurs, right? So entrepreneurs need to get enough funds to fund that growth, and they have to get it at the right time, right? So you shouldn't wait when you only have limited funds left, because that puts you in a very weak negotiating position with investors. Right? If you just have 1 month or 2 months before you run out of cash, investors will squeeze you, and you'll get a much worse deal than you would otherwise have. Right? So, and to figure that out, you need some kind of sound financial plan and see when exactly you will need that cash and how much funding do you need to be raised. And you have to take into account that when you're negotiating investors, it usually takes time. You might get a small investment from a friend in a matter of weeks, but if you're negotiating with a venture capital fund, it will take several months before you get an investment. So financial plan actually allows you to plan for that period. So here are the basic terms that we talk about when you talk about financial planning. Cash burn is the rate with which startups consume cash, for example, 10,000 pounds per month. And runway is usually the amount of time that startups have before running out of cash. So if we say startup has 7 months runway, that means that they will run out of cash in 7 months. So having a good financial plan will help whether the entrepreneurs should pursue the opportunity, maybe they should change the business model, or invest money and time in another opportunity as well. Right? good financial plan is also a way to learn about the metrics and assumptions of your startup. So what is your customer acquisition cost? What are your average churn? And planning, put it all that in plan will give you an idea how long do you have for the before you run out of cash. And also, the plan is basically a marketing tool for convincing outside investors. If you have a good plan, then this is basically a test of how well you have researched your business and how much do you actually know about your business. Because I mean, investors basically know that that plans are let's say predicting future is difficult, right? So plans are most of the time are not accurate and will not go according to plan. But it also shows that you did your research and you know your business well. And again, we see that value of that, and you see the bottom part of that value of that. That is your the line is your cash position, and the bottom the low of this line is the maximum amount you actually need for your startup. So when you're doing a plan, you have to predict your cash flow, profits, balance sheet. You have to put it all together. I won't really go into much detail about this, but the basic is that your plan should forecast at least until the next financing round, right? So you should have a feeling how much you need and how long it will take until that. And these are the basic steps of the financial plan. As I said, I won't really go into detail into that. This could be pretty much a separate lecture, but just to give a quick overview of the steps. And probably for startups, one of the most important things to really watch is the requirement of a working capital. Right? And basically, that's the difference between where you pay your suppliers and when the customer pays you. And this is one of the reasons that you'll see that if you work with the big firms, they will always have long payment dates for your invoices, so that they minimize the working capital they need. So they exercise their power. So if you get in a position that you actually pay your suppliers after the customer pays you, you might get into a negative working capital, and you basically get your suppliers to finance the growth of your startup. And this is a very good position to be in. For example, I think Dell was one of the startups when they were still a startup that they had negative working capital, and they used that to fund their growth. Because if you have negative working capital, you don't need to really outside capital so much for your growth. Right. And then you use the financial plan. If you assess the viability of business, you assess the burn rate. You can also set a price on a share with the valuation, and you develop the fundraising strategy through that. And one thing to bear in mind, if you develop a good financial plan, you'll have several milestones. And what happens in the investment is that when you meet the milestone, your valuation of your startup basically goes up. Right? So but also the risk for investors goes down. Right? So the more milestones you meet, the higher valuation of your company is, but also it is less risky for investors to invest in you. Right? So from investors' perspective, it's the best to get in just before the valuation goes up, but the risk is almost lowered when you were just about to meet the milestone. And in financial plan, of course, you have to deal with uncertainty. Right? You can do this with sensitivity analysis and scenario analysis. So you try to see if you change different assumptions, how will this impact the plan? If you change, let's say, customer acquisition cost, how will that impact our burn rate and our runway? Or you can also paint different scenario with different options that the venture has, right? So much about financial planning, right? So you, with financial plan, you understand how much and what stage capital will be needed to start and grow a venture. It is also of strategic importance to have a good financial plan, and it does not need to be complex. It has to be transparent. It has to be tailor-made for your business, and basically the logic of the financial plan and mapping the main underlying drivers of the financial is also signaling credibility and that you know about your business to outside investors. So to calculating the cash requirements, you use this step-by-step process. And as we said, fundraising is also linked to milestones, right? So you, in this way, the valuation goes up. You reduce dilution for the entrepreneur, and you lower the risk for the outside investors. And you deal with uncertainty with sensitivity analysis and scenario analysis. Okay, so this is about the importance of the financial plan. And let's go through different sources of funding that startups actually use. Right? And the first one is bootstrapping. And bootstrapping basically means you're using your own funds, either your personal funds or cash generating to the business, and using various methods to minimize your cash cash outflows. Yeah. So we often talk, especially in entrepreneurial finance, we often talk about big startups. We talk about Facebooks, Googles, and so that get millions in funding. But for most entrepreneurs, actually, bootstrapping will be the most viable option. Right? If you have a small business, or if you have a startup that is actually not interesting for larger investors, you will use bootstrapping. Right? And bootstrapping is about, I don't know, using your own funds. Founders get maxed on their credit cards. They're using credit cards to finance their business. You want to minimize investment. You want to do yourself, not paying for stuff. Also, getting the cash that people owe you as soon as you can. So minimizing account receivables. Delaying payments to your suppliers. Right? So all these two methods are aimed at minimizing your working capital. Right? So you have and bootstrapping is a lot of options that startups have, and especially small businesses should investigate this first before thinking about investment from the outside. So bootstrapping was the first option. The second option are the other options are incubators, accelerators, and crowdfunding. So incubators and accelerators are basically institutions that help startups. They're often in the universities, or sometimes they're privately owned or government funded. I'll go into a little bit more detail later. Or there's an emerging alternative of crowdfunding, where basically startups get financing for many different individuals, right? And there are various options with crowdfunding. So again, if we will look at the startup stages, all of these options are more at the beginning of the startup life cycle. So the seed and startup stage. So what is the basic difference between the incubators? We have here incubators, angel investors, and accelerators. Incubators are usually spaces within the universities or funded by government that give premises to startups, and then startups stay there for between 1 and 5 years. Right? Angel investors, they have ongoing investments, and accelerators are usually very fast programs, 3 to 6 months. When startups come into the accelerator, they get a lot of they get some funding, they get some They get a lot of mentoring from the network of the accelerator, and then after 3 to 6 months, they're out. So it is an intensive program that is aimed to accelerate startups in their path. Incubators are either not profit and they collect rent. And angel investors get money from their investment. Accelerators have different models, but a lot of them take equity stake in the startup, and they are counting on selling that equity stake. Selection of startups in incubators is non-competitive, and accelerators is usually competitive. And the best accelerators in the world, they have basically almost unlimited applications, and they're very selective who they will select to enter their program. Right? They are all targeting ventures at an early stage, and mentorship, for example, this is the main difference between incubators and accelerators. The mentorship is very intense in accelerators. In incubators is minimal, although it has to be said that lately this is changing. Right? So it is the line between the differences between incubators and accelerators are more and more blurry. Right? So it's difficult now to tell that what is incubator, what is accelerator. The definitions are getting mashed up. Right? Again, a couple of differences between incubators and accelerators. One thing that I didn't mention up is that accelerators are often organized in vertical teams. Right? So maybe you have accelerators that is almost only for medical startups, or you have accelerators that is for hardware startups. So often they're vertically they support a specific industry startups. Yeah. So a couple of more differences, but this is I think the major difference. Vertical versus horizontal. Incubators takes over a longer period of time. Accelerator is a quick program and much more intense mentorship and lectures and all of the other ways to support them. Right? And also accelerators usually take some kind of equity stake in the startup. Right? Here you have just to give you a couple of examples. Here are the largest university incubators in Europe. Right? So the largest is collaborations of different universities in the UK. There's also a very large the Polytechnic University of Milan in Italy, and you have others in Austria, Netherlands, Sweden, and so on. So these are a couple of good examples of working incubators at the universities. And this is often how accelerators work. Right? So this is basically if you recognize this this loop, this is basically a lean startup model. Right? So very quick experimentation, getting feedback from your customers, from the prototype, learning from that feedback, and then improving your idea and build a new prototype and so on. Right? And at the end of this cycle, accelerators almost always end with a demo day where they invite investors and they get startups to pitch to those investors for investment. And just a couple of maybe a couple of numbers about the accelerators. Here you have the largest amount of investment is actually in the US and Canada, and the US especially, of course. Europe is the second region with only half of the investment in accelerators that accelerators make into startups. Then Latin America, Asia, Middle East, and so on. The number of startups is actually larger in Europe than in US and Canada. But as we said, the investment in dollar terms is larger, right? So Europe is accelerating more startups, but they get less funding than in the USA. And also different different countries by the investment amounts. United States, UK, Chile is actually very strong, and so on. Also, the same numbers by startups accelerated, very similar, but a little bit different picture. And just to give you a little bit of an overview, how much of a stake accelerators take in startups. So if you go through an accelerator program, they will take some equity stake in the startup, and 40% of the accelerators are actually equity free, so they don't take a stake. And then you'll see that most of them take 4 to 6 or between 7 and 10%. So for the majority of accelerators, if you go into them, you'll have to count to them taking a part of equity stake in your startup. So recently, there have been some trends in the accelerators space. One is that there is a lot of ties between accelerators and corporations. A lot of corporations that are actually interested into learning the way of startups, being more innovative, and they're counting on accelerators to give them that connection. There are also some of the corporations, they have the accelerators in-house. So their corporate venture capital arms do have accelerators. They're monitoring startups that are in their industry. So one is there's a lot of examples. One is held by Telefonica in London, for example, Wayra. Then you have verticalization of accelerators. As we said earlier, the accelerators are often specialized in an industry. So they will support hardware startups, or they will support, I don't know, health tech startups, and so on. The third trend is expansion. So the largest accelerators in the US expanded to Europe and other parts of the world. And the fourth trend is, as I said earlier, the blurring of lines between accelerators, incubators, and early stage funds. So some of the early stage funds would now have an accelerators in-house. So they would invest only in startups that go through their accelerator program. And one thing that accelerators also do, especially if the top accelerators, you have now in the world, there were basically all accelerators are modeled by the original accelerator, which is Y Combinator in the Silicon Valley. So in the past decade, there were mushrooming all across the world. The number of accelerators actually boomed. Right? So you have the accelerators of various quality, and the best you get a lot of value, and there's a lot of accelerator where it is questionable whether you get much value from them. So if you're a startup, you have to think which accelerator you will apply and whether you will accept their investment. And the top accelerators that have the brand, they're expanding into Europe and across the world. And here's just a couple of names that that are basically top 10 seed accelerators by capital investment. And just to give you a quick overview how the situation looks like in the UK, this is the map of all the accelerators and incubators in the UK. A lot of concentration around London, but also around other major cities. So we talked about bootstrapping, about incubators, accelerators, and another option is crowdfunding. So with crowdfunding, you basically get funding from a number of different individuals. So you think about funds, sites like Kickstarter or Indiegogo or Crowdcube or similar. And there are basically 4 different types of crowdfunding. Right? The most well-known is reward-based. Right? Right? So think Kickstarter campaign, investors invest into a startup and they get usually the product or some other reward that it's advertised. It could be donation-based. For example, FundMe or Patreon would be kind of donation-based startups, crowdfunding sites. Could be equity-based, so the investors actually get equity in the startups, or could be lending-based. So these are the four different types of crowdfunding, and all this crowdfunding is also proliferated across recent years. And the last of the earliest sources of funding are business angels. And business angels is an interesting interesting term. And if you look at this this picture, here you see Christopher Columbus. He went on the journey to discover the Western Passage to India, and he actually discovered America. But his journey would be was funded by Queen Isabella. And you can think about Queen Isabella as a business angel, right? So business angels are basically wealthy individuals. Often that would be former entrepreneurs that are investing in startups. And the term business angel comes from New York, from Broadway. So angels were there called the wealthy individuals that saved theater productions on Broadway from failure. So if some kind of a theater show was in trouble, sometimes those wealthy individuals would come in and they would invest money to keep the show afloat. So this is where business angels terms comes from, but actually it proliferated in the Silicon Valley to mean that private individuals invest their own money into startups. And often they would be former entrepreneurs who not only offer the money, but they also often the experience, they offer their advice. So business angels, they would be early investors. They're financing the seed rounds and Series A rounds. And before that, mostly would be dominated by entrepreneurs-owned funds, bootstrapping, and friends, family inflows. And actually, because business angels are mostly anonymous, there is very little official data about statistical data about their activities. So when business angels invest, they would require some kind of harvest event. So this is a sale of a company or initial public offering, IPO, to realize their investment. And mostly how they get money back, they invest in startups, they get it with a trade sale. So this is selling the business to a larger company, and this is much more common than an IPO. So typical investment of business angels would be into new and recently started businesses, and they want to be active investors. So they're not just investing money and forget about it, but they also help with getting entrepreneurs with getting additional funding. They help with their advice. As we said, they're often former entrepreneurs, and they usually have networks. So they have they can open doors for startups as well. The typical investment is about 10,000. Very rare, more than 100,000. And typical business angels have between 2 and 5 investments in startups. Because they're individuals, they make their own investment decisions. They have their own process for investing, and they invest their own money. As opposed to VCs, venture capital usually don't invest their own money. So some of the consequences of that is they don't really have to invest. So if they don't find an appropriate investment, they don't have to invest. As opposed to venture capital, they have a limited time when they have to invest the money that they have in the venture capital fund. They can also make quicker investment decisions. If you're getting money from an individual, they can decide on the spot what to do with their money, and the due diligence process would be also much less comprehensive than if you're getting investment from venture capital. and they also have their own investment criteria, right? So venture capital would usually have some formal strategy, whereas business angels would be every business angel would have their own idiosyncratic and sometimes quirky criteria. Right? So business angels can support a business, but one of the things that startups have to be careful when accepting money from angels is also personal compatibility. So you're getting somebody into your firm who can tell you what to do with your own startup, and you have to be personally compatible with that person. Right? So so they can support you, but they can also sometimes you can get into disputes with them, and this can get sometimes very ugly. So what can they do to support? They can be a sounding board. They can help with strategy. They can help with supervision, monitoring. They can play the role of mentor. They can open a network, and so on. Right? So there is a lot of things that business angels can do to support startup. And for a good ecosystem, I think business angels do have a big role to play to support new startups, both with advice and financing. Because sometimes they also, because they're former successful entrepreneurs, they also serve as a role models for the new generation of the entrepreneurs. So business angels do not only invest for financial return. They get so-called psychic income because it's fun, it's enjoyment that former entrepreneurs maybe don't have the appetite to run the business, but they have fun being involved in another business. And sometimes they also make socially beneficial investments. Right? So they forego part of financial gains in this case. So we don't have so much data about business angels, but we do have some, right? So the characteristics are that 80% of the business angels are male, although the proportion of women is increasing lately. Most are in the 45 to 65 age group. So this basically reflects that you need some time to build significant wealth. Right? So even if you are a startup, it takes a long time before a startup is valued at this at a very high valuation, and you can exit and use that money to invest in new startups. Often they would be serial entrepreneurs, so they have multiple experience of starting their own business behind them, and some of them are actually people who held senior positions in large companies. And startups have to be careful here and accepting investment from people who don't have so much experience with startups, because the environment of working in a big company and working in a startup are totally different, right? So so if you're accepting money from an angel whose only experience is are large companies, then you have to be really careful that his thinking is in line with entrepreneurial thinking and also your personal goals. And the angel market is also changing. So we said angels are individuals, but more and more are trying to get organized. So we have the emergence of so-called angel groups that are more professional in their operation than business angels, right? So they have some kind of routines for accessing deals, screening, due diligence, and so on. Sometimes they're specialized by sector, and they have so-called dinner club models. So they meet every once in a while in a social setting for a dinner, and they also have entrepreneurs pitching to the angels in an angel group. So some of the reasons for the emergence is a follow-up investment. So angel groups can finance larger deals than the individual business angels can, because when you get a VC investment, you get diluted. So your stake goes, your share of a company goes down basically. And it's also fun working together, getting to know the different entrepreneurs, social attractions, and so on. So here's an example of a funding funnel of Canadian angel groups. So they get 5,000 applications per year. When they do due diligence on 1,600, they come to the presentation stage of about 500, and they invest in around 400. Right? So less than a tenth of applications they get, they usually invest. And there's also there's different parts of angel space, right? So individual angels, you have group angels, and then you have super angels that are actually very wealthy individuals who can invest larger sums. Mostly these are in very developed ecosystems like Silicon Valley, or so-called micro VC angels, which are and most of the population size of this, of course, friends and family is the largest, and the individual angels. But there is a very few super angels and micro VC angels. So for the business angels, the deal origination mainly is very unscientific, right? So mainly it comes from informal personal contacts from accountants, lawyers, bankers. Sometimes they're very well-known entrepreneurs who have the reputation. And one of the things that is very important if you're seeking investment from a business angel is that who refers you to a business angel. Right? So if you're referred to by a VC, you're more likely to get investment from a business angels. So try to get if you're trying to get an investment from a business angel, try to get an introduction from somebody he or she respects. So then it's they do the screening and due diligence. It has to fit with their personal investment criteria. They evaluate the deals, check all these things in deal evaluation. The next stage is negotiation and contracting. And here, basically, this can be much faster than when you're negotiating with a business angel than when you're negotiating with a VC. So main issues in the negotiation are valuations. So what is the startup worth? How will the deal be structured? So what kind of share price will be? What kind of type of shares will have, and so on, and other terms of conditions. And then after the investment, you can count on support from the business angels. You can count on their network, sometimes even hands-on assistance, depends on their expertise, and so on. And finally, there comes a time to part ways. So all angels and VCs are temporary investors. So even though they don't have a clear plan for exit, there will come a time that they will exit from a company. And they don't have usually they don't have a time frame like venture capital does, but they do try to realize their gains mostly within 3 to 6 years. And the main exit route is a trade sale to a larger company. All right, so to summarize all this, so business angels do play a critical role. So if you want to foster a strong entrepreneurial ecosystem, you need a number of business angels who invest in the companies. They play also a role models and advice givers for the startups. Governments also have a range of initiatives to support the angel market. Usually business angels are successful entrepreneurs that have wealth to invest. And often and increasingly, angels are actually forming organized angel groups. So they make investments alongside other angels. The investment process goes through several stages, although this is not so formalized as it is if you're getting an investment from a venture capital. If they only invest in 1 to 2% of the opportunities they consider. And the major deal killer here is the entrepreneur, right? So is the entrepreneur trustworthy? Are they competent? And where they can work with the entrepreneur, right? So I think problem of a lot of entrepreneurs is that they have difficulty taking advice, right? So someone who is coachable needs to be you need to be coachable if you want to work well with a business angel. So angel investing is high risk. The majority of the investments are actually not successful, and only a couple actually make the majority of the returns. So the majority of the investments business angels make actually never achieve an exit. Right? So angel portfolios are dominated by so-called living that investments. Okay, so this is about the business angels. So these sources of funding are mostly from the beginning, and the later sources of funding you'd get through venture capital. So I'll spend the last part of this session let's say quickly giving an overview how venture capital works. Right? So this is useful both for entrepreneurs to know what to expect from a venture capital fund, and also for those who are building entrepreneurial ecosystems to see how this all basically works. So first, the difference. What is the difference between venture capital, private equity, and corporate venture capital? What are the key attributes of venture capital fund? What is the cycle of a VC? And how to actually make money? How do fund investors and fund managers make money from a VC fund? So first, let's clear some terms. So what's the difference between venture capital, private equity, and corporate venture capital? So sometimes venture capital and private equity is used interchangeably, and you could say that venture capital is basically a subsector of a much larger private equity industry. Both VCs and private equity are temporary investors, so they provide capital to non-listed companies. So those companies that are not listed in the stock exchange, but and they do that. They invest in a company in exchange for equity, so share of a company. And the main difference between PE and VC is also the stage of investment, at which stage of the startup development they invest, the sector, and the level of risk they're prepared to take. So venture capital is mostly target emerging companies when they're very early in their development. Often these are a kind of technology or science-driven industries, right? So biotech, communication, computer, and so on. And there's the VC funds of various sizes, and it also depends how big is the investments that they're actually making. So there you have seed VC funds that they're typically small in VC world, so tens of millions, and they invest in companies they're still developing their product or service. Investment size is usually 100,000 or larger. Early stage startup VC funds, they're medium size, approximately 100 million. They invest in companies that they already have product and service in the market, but they're trying to scale that product and service and refine the business model. Investment sizes here are above 1 million, and large funds are for expansion. So they invest in companies with a proven business model, looking to expand on the global scale. And they invest 10, ticket size for this would be 10 million or larger. And one thing that's good to know about VCs, they like to co-invest with other VCs. So often you won't get just investment from one VC, you'll get from several, and they use this to minimize risk for them. So on the other hand, private equity targets more mature companies where they have proven business models, and you have more predictable cash flows, right? So VC is basically much more risky because it invests much earlier. Private equity invests later, but also the deal size is much larger. And usually private equity funds are active in traditional industries. So most of the risk here would be, will the company able to meet their debt obligations? Will it be effectively managed? And how will the market actually evolve? Right? When in VCs, you have a risk that the product will the customers like the product? Is the markets even exist? Because sometimes firms target markets that are not formed yet, and so on. And PE funds, majority are two types: growth funds that target mature companies entering new markets, and leverage buyout funds. And so these kind of funds target mature companies with stable cash flows. And here you see also in a table the differences. So the differences between venture capital and private equity are the stage of investment, which kind of sectors are they active, what kind of market growth do they expect. So venture capital expect larger growth, and what is the expected return. And this is also very important to note. If you expect if you accept investment from venture capital, they will expect you to grow very fast. So venture capital expect their investment to have return 50 to 60% annually. So in a couple of years, it gets compounded to a very high multiple. Right? So venture capital is mostly appropriate for the opportunities that are large enough to justify this kind of expected return. Right? So not every business is set for venture capital. Private equity, on the other hand, can invest in industries that they don't have much of a growth, or they have growth in line with the GDP growth. And private equity expects about 20 to 40% return annually. And then these are then the third type of funds, which are corporate venture capital funds. And these are basically the extensions of the large corporations. Right? So this is very well developed approach in the US, where all of major tech firms like Google, Intel, Microsoft, and so on have their corporate venture capital arm. But also it evolved in Europe and other parts of the world. So these kind of funds, their interests are mostly strategic, and they're basically aiming startups at the space of operation that the corporation is actually working on. So they have some money to invest, they have acceleration programs, they have access to the corporate resources and knowledge, and so on. As we said, their main motivation is strategic, not financial, and they're closely linked to the business development, innovation, and strategy divisions of the corporations. And this is kind of a way for the big firms to be up to date on latest trends and technologies on the market. And if it's a good fit, then there's always a possibility to acquire the full company. And a lot of corporations, especially in the US, actually get most of their growth from mergers and acquisition activities. Now, what are the drawbacks? So first is you're dealing with a big corporation. So the process will be very political. Sometimes they can make a quick decision, but then something changes within the corporation and you become a low priority basically overnight. Or sometimes they will have internal fights, internal processes, and so on, and it can be very slow to get anything from large corporations. And one of the major drawbacks is that a lot of VC firms will not invest if startup already has investment from corporate venture capital. So this is something that you have to be very very careful about. So how to counter these drawbacks? Hire good lawyers, and make sure that you have a powerful person, powerful individual, so-called champion in the corporation that will promote your views and your interests within the company. So this was a VC, and just to give you a quick overview, what is the life of a VC fund? So VC funds usually have a limited time frame. So usually they have 10-year period, and they are investing into startups in the first 5 periods, and they're divesting or selling their stakes in the next 5 periods. So VC investors are always limited time investors. And the first stage of when partners are establishing a venture capital fund is to find investors. So VCs do not invest their own money, but they're investing other investors' money, and these investors are usually known as limited partners. And most of venture capital funds are organized in this way. They have limited partners, so these are investors in the fund, and you have general partners, which are basically VCs who are running a fund. And starting a fund is in some ways similar to starting a startup company. So you'd have a number of VCs that are run by former entrepreneurs who have the reputation and can get money from the investors. Right. So I think we're slowly running out of time, so I'll speed up a little bit here. I think one thing that maybe it's worth mentioning here, that for investors like to invest in VC funds because their returns are not really correlated with the stock market. Right? So their investments in the VC are not very liquid, so you cannot get money out if you're investing in VC fund anytime you want. But they are not correlated to the general stock market, and might serve as a good way to diversify your portfolio. If we look at European venture capital, there is a lot of government money. Actually, as opposed to the US, almost more than 30% are actually government agencies who are funding European VC funds. And then there's all others like family offices, endowments and foundations, pension funds, and so on. But government in Europe is actually the largest source of investment in VC funds. So first stage for the VCs is fundraising, and then they have a window of 5 years to make investments in the startups and build a portfolio. After the investment period, the VC fund is not allowed to do new investment, only follow-up investment in the previous startups. And VC funds usually have a strategy, and they have certain investment criteria that they apply to every company that has to fit with their investment strategy. Just to give you a feeling about what happens with most investments of VC funds, actually most of them are lose money. So you can see that 57% of investments that VC funds make actually lose money. They get less than 25% of what they invested, and only 8% they get their money back. 17% they get their money up to 5 times, and only 4% are so-called very good investments. Right? So the majority of the income of the money that VC funds make comes from very few investments. So one of the things that the VCs have to do is portfolio management. They have to do the diversification. And what they want to do is they want to try to allocate as much capital as possible to winners. And they do this by stage investing. So even if you get investment from a VC fund, you won't get all money at once, but you'd get it in several tranches that are actually tied to the milestones. And they usually do also, they get some money aside to put in the follow-up investments if the startup is actually successful. And then the second 5-year period is about monitoring, adding value, and growing the portfolio. So VC funds usually have large number of external collaborators, large network of professionals that can help startup. And one of the keys of having a good VC ecosystem is that VCs provide this kind of advice, so that they have, that it's not just money, not just dumb money, but it's smart money, so that that the entrepreneurs can also get their support and quality support for their later rounds. And then it's about exit. So one thing you have to be aware that the VC firms, they have a timeline. So they have a partnership with the VC firms will have a cutoff date. VC funds have 10-year period when they have to close the fund and they have to return money to investors. So they will put basically clauses in the contracts with investment that they can force the entrepreneurs to sell if VC wants to sell. Right? So this is the so-called drag-along clause in the corner. So if VC wants to sell the company to outside, they have to exit. They can force the entrepreneur to sell as well, because a lot of companies will want to have 100% of the company to invest. Yeah, the main routes to exit for the VCs are the IPO and trade sale. Most of the others are secondary. Trade sale, so sell to another company, is actually the most common. IPOs are still pretty rare, but very publicized in the media. Okay, I think I'd say our time is up, right? So I think I can stop here. So this is one thing. Maybe I'll show just one picture more that I have. What is the structure of a VC fund? I think this is maybe good to understand, right? So individual fund managers, they put together a management company, and they found a general partner LLC. So these are people who are basically running the fund, and limited partners are those who are investors in the fund. And management company would generally have several fund LPs who would invest in portfolio companies. So this is the basic model of the VC. And how will the VCs make money? The revenue for the VCs. So these are people who are running the venture capital. They would take management fee. So each year they would take a percentage of the total commitments of the fund. And they will take so-called carried interest. So carried interest is basically part of the profits of the fund when this is closed that the VCs get. Right? And this is basically their business model how they run. So I think one of the most important things to remember about VCs is that they invest in big opportunities. They invest in risky startups, mostly in tech areas, and they're temporary investors. So they have a very specific time frame when they need to exit the fund, and they need to follow that time frame. So if you're an entrepreneur and you're accepting investment from a VC, you have to be aware of that and not be surprised if VCs will want to exit in a certain way. Okay, I think I'll stop here. So
thank you, sir. Full session. With your permission, I would like to take few questions from the chat box.
Of course.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Sir, this is a question from Rahul Sen Gupta. What are some strategies for a startup owner to forecast their financial spending accurately?
I mean, I wouldn't say there's a specific strategy, right? You have to do your due diligence. You have to do your research. That is very important. But I think, especially for startup that is very uncertain, I think one thing that you should do is you should lower your expectations of how accurately will your forecast actually be. Right? So sure, you're dealing with a lot of uncertainty, and I think this is what one of the American journalists said, that plans are useless, but planning is indispensable. So one major benefit of planning is that you'll get the various scenarios here, what will happen, and you'll get to know your business much better if you invest something in your plan. And I think one way to dealing with uncertainty is to test your assumptions. Right? So when you're doing a forecast, maybe you're assuming that your customer acquisition cost is £500. And you can test then what happens if I'm wrong? What happens if it's indeed 1,000, right? And then you can test if I want to achieve this sale price. Well, what if I cannot achieve this sale price? What if it's higher or lower? What happens to my financial forecasts? So I think it's good to have to test your assumptions and have different scenarios here how this will all develop. But I think it's difficult, especially if you don't have much to go on, to make actually accurate financial forecasts.
Yes. Another question from Atul Kumar sir. Which valuation method is most preferred by venture capitalists?
I mean, with valuation is especially with early stage startup is a little bit tricky. Right? So the valuation methods that you use for traditional companies are not like discounted cash flow, are not really useful for startups because you don't have predictable forecast to go on. So VCs mostly use a very simple method, sometimes also called the VC method. What they basically do is they calculate what kind of share of a company they have and what kind of share of a company they will have at exit. So I don't know if they invest in 10% of the company and they will exit in 5 years, and they require the return of I don't know 30, or they require the return of 50% per year. So they will reverse engineer from what their required return is to what is the valuation now. So so this is kind of a, let's say, very simplistic method that they use usually.
Sir, one more question from Ishita. Like, she wants to know about that. Out of so many funding strategies as you have shared, which option is the best at the early stage?
Mm-hmm. I think this is very dependable first on the startup. So what kind of opportunity do you have? Because I mean, not all startups really require outside investment. I don't know if you and this is one of the let's say drawbacks that you get if you use outside investment. If you get money from VCs, you are required to make a big company, right? Big company. This is very valuable. But maybe your opportunity is more for a small business, right? Maybe you like independence. If you like independence, then you won't react very well if other investors tell you what you want to do. So it depends on the opportunity, and it also depends on your personal characteristics. Some people have no problem dealing with investors. Some people like to run their own business and value independence more than financial returns.
Should I take more questions or?
Anita, just one question in my mind, right? Should I go?
Okay, okay, sir. Okay.
Lots of questions.
Ivan, yes, ma'am.
There are lots of questions, Anjani. So I think
something in my mind. I thought I should.
Yeah, you should.
Ivan, we all know globally, even in academia, the most of the challenging day of any startup is the valley of death. So if everybody know why, as an investor, nobody is supporting in this time, when the baby is not going to move, and when it is going to be start moving, everybody is supporting.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it's like this. Everybody wants to invest in the successful, right? The investors want to minimize their risk. Right? And this is also, you'll see, I think this is with all investments. The best teams will actually have many investors who will try to compete for investments, and the majority of teams will struggle to get an investment. I think this is the nature, kind of a nature of a business, right? But even though VCs are risk investments, they want to minimize their risk as much as they can.
Thank you. Thank you.
So I think we are moving towards the end of the session. Before that, I would like to call Dr. Sujata ma'am to say a few words as a program director for the pre-conference workshop.
Yeah, thank you so much, Ivan, and thanks, Nidhi. I think you do most of the work, and Anjani, you guys have kind of put this whole thing together, and and you've got some very interesting people to speak at the session. So thank you once again, Ivan. Always, as usual, your session was very good, and I still see a lot of students who have written a lot of questions. They seem very interesting, but as we're running short of time, we can't take all the questions. They can write to you, whatever. So I think that's how they can get across to you. I'm sure he's always very available to all the students. And thank you once again. There are many things I learned during this session. So thank you once again for enhancing my knowledge base also. And I'm sure the students benefited quite a bit. Looking at the questions, yes, they have been paying attention, and the participants have been paying attention, and they have, I think, learned a great deal. Thank you once again, Ivan. It's great to have you.
Thank you for the invitation. It's a pleasure to, always a pleasure to participate.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. As we come close to the end of today's conference workshop on creating entrepreneurial ecosystem for promoting innovation among students in higher education. So it is important for each one of us to reflect back and remember the insights shared by our respective speakers on our first speaker, Dr. Raman Gujral, Professor and Director, Department of Projects, Corporate and Regional Director. He discussed the role of faculty mentors in motivating and aspiring potential entrepreneurs, need to understand the compliances to start an enterprise, support of incubators, and most important, a right attitude of youngsters towards their career aspiration. Then, second speaker of the day, Shri Sarveshwarji, Joint Commissioner Industry, Uttar Pradesh. He discussed the role of MSMEs, how it solves economic and social problems, government support in the form of incentives, entrepreneurial assistance to support in project planning. Then our third speaker, Dr. Nurullah, who shared his thoughts on innovation and entrepreneurship for budding entrepreneurs. He discussed the importance of entrepreneurship and innovation in economic growth, concepts related to industrial district and clustering in building entrepreneurial ecosystem, a role of entrepreneurship in a digital age, entrepreneurial recycling, and how to cope up with the challenges in building entrepreneurial ecosystem. Then our fourth speaker, Dr. Ivan, he deliberated on funding strategies and opportunities for startup, where he discussed the importance of financial planning, how a financial plan can be a marketing tool to convince investors. He also shared various emerging sources of funding for startups such as bootstrapping, crowdfunding, accelerators program, business angels, and VC venture capital. He also discussed that what VCs look into before investments in a startups. I believe that the insights and the knowledge that has been shared by the speakers will help the participants to design strategy for creating and building an entrepreneurial venture. I also believe that the participants get to understand the importance of sustainable business practices, and they also get an awareness about the funding opportunities for the startups and how to avail these opportunities. So on behalf of complete team of pre-conference workshop, Amity University Noida, I would like to thank our esteemed speakers, Professor Ivan, Faculty Institute of Management Studies, Goldsmith University of London, Dr. Mohammad Nurullah, Faculty of Business and Social Science, Kingston University, London, Dr. Raman Gujral, Director Project EDI Ahmedabad, and Dr. Sarveshwar Shuklaji, Joint Commissioner Industry, Government of Uttar Pradesh, for sparing their valuable time and imparting the knowledge and reflecting light on building an entrepreneurial ecosystem for promoting innovation among students in higher education. I also would like to acknowledge our gratitude to our Honorable Founder President, Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan sir, Chancellor Dr. Atul Chauhan sir, Vice Chancellor Ma'am, Professor Dr. Balvinder Shukla for her continuous encouragement and motivation for such events. We are also grateful to our Program Director, Professor Dr. Sujata Khandai Ma'am, Deputy Dean Academics and Director ASP for her constant support and guidance. I would also like to thank our program coordinators, Dr. Anjani Kumar Singh and Dr. Geeta Mishra, faculty members, program leaders, and our student team for their untiring efforts. Without their contribution, we have not been able to conduct such insightful events. At last, we would like to thank all the participants for their enthusiasm and active participation. Thank you one and all present here.
I think the IT team should also be thanked.
Yes. Thank you, IT team, for your full day support to us. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody, and have a great evening. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your kind support. Thank you, Professor Ivan.
Thank you for the invitation.
Yeah, thank you. Take care.
Thank you.